Good morning. This is your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, the 12th of August. Remember, trading is very risky. You can lose money as well as make money. Just make sure you have a trading plan and an exit plan. All right, let's send out the link. Good morning. All right. Morning, Ken. I'd like to get an entry into some of these Bitcoin and blockchain related names today. What is Square doing pre-market? Coinbase, these are off a bit offering a better entry. Bullish trends. This is SQ Square. Square finished the day consolidating for the past 5 trading days. 4 days. Looking for a bounce. Ethereum, this is the one I'd like to buy versus Bitcoin Investment Trust, GBTC. Morning, Katrina. All right, but Schwab won't let me buy these pre-markets. Really weird. You can buy them on other exchanges. Good morning. Morning, Mikey. Let me get something here. Let's see. All right, so breath has been looking really good. And cyclicals are being bought, so all right, so that's Ethereum. Let's see, the FANG stocks, I just want to scan the market real quick. We got some small caps trading. IWM's been doing well. Clover Health is seeing 51,483 shares trading in a block this morning. Clover Health, let's take a look at Clover, CLOV, that might be in play today. Clover is higher pre-market. Clover is trading higher. All right, yesterday it closed right around $8 and change right here. It's up almost $2 now. I wouldn't chase it. If you know how Tim Sykes and Ross Cameron, who trade these inexpensive stocks, the way they trade is they'll be out before the opening bell. So any dips, they buy these dips, and then they look for these rips. They'll buy 10,000 shares, and they'll wind up selling it for 10, 20 cents profit or more if it continues to just rip higher. But they won't buy the highs. They'll buy the dips, all right? So, and they'll be closed before the market opens. So just understand who you're trading with or against, as the case may be. Clover Health up a little bit this morning. Some block trades. eBay is up this morning. eBay. Not much. Actually, it's a little bit down now. Smile Direct, SDC. I see blocks this morning on Smile Direct. Let's see what the daily looks like. Smile Direct, gap down on earnings. PAA, what is that? Pipelines. Pipelines? Got some pre-market action on this one. All right, PAA, Plains All-American Pipeline. I see 1, 2, 3 blocks, about 300,000 shares trading in 3 blocks on PAA. This one might be in play today. Okay. Jamie, good morning. All right, so it's getting a bit strange around our house. My daughter this morning made me coffee, a fresh pot of coffee. That's never happened. My wife made me a pot of coffee. That's never happened. I wonder if they're setting me up for something. They're being so nice. And it's not even Father's Day. Anyway, thought that was kind of interesting. All right, let's see. The FANG stocks are off. They're red right now. So wait for the dip to get bought like yesterday. The difference is yesterday we opened at the highs and pulled back. We have an expanded range overhead. If you read the Gamma channel update. All right, we've got 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. Alibaba saw some really big trades. A $9 million trade on Baba. Put side, on the put side. All right, so it looked like this is a bearish pattern, okay? So you short the resistance overhead. Someone yesterday, option hawk noting right before the close, 3:40 p.m. with 3,000 December 2022 190 puts opening for around $31.40. $31.40 per contract, over $9 million trade. All right. Let's see what else is going. Tesla's flat, off just a hair. Snowflake is flat. Nvidia is up $1. Nvidia's up $1. Banks looking for more follow through this week. Banks, materials, financials. Bitcoin are looking for the dip to get bought. We got 5 minutes to go. Yeah, Ethereum. Yeah, that's fine. That's my favorite. Read a nice, or watched a nice video by Raoul Paul with he mentioned the Ethereum a couple of weeks ago. Doing quite well on that one, ETHE. Since this move off the lows here, this double bottom, moved above the 21-day. It was right around here he put that video out talking about Ethereum. Right around 20, 21, 22. So it's off a little bit this morning, looking for Ethereum, looking for a buying opportunity on these. First 15 minutes, I like to take profits off the table. Wait till about 10 o'clock for price action to stabilize and VWAP to mature. Look for high relative volume. If you don't have high relative volume and a sloping VWAP, you're looking at stock that doesn't have any momentum. If you got a flat VWAP to start the day, that needs to change in order to trade it. You need a sloping VWAP and high relative volume, and hopefully a catalyst, maybe an upgrade, a tier 1 upgrade, or some company news. If you put those things together, generally speaking, you have a good trade setup. Trade it according to the direction in VWAP. If it's sloping downward, you want to be thinking rejection and bearish. If it's sloping upward, you want to be looking for support on any pullbacks, and price be moving away, up and away. Okay, flat VWAP goes nowhere. Below VWAP continues dropping. This is Ethereum. All right, so the last couple of days haven't given you a decent entry yet. Okay. Let's see. Banks, Caterpillar yesterday. Caterpillar. Okay. Notice the difference. See how VWAP is sloping upward with prices moving away? Look at yesterday's volume relative to what we saw on Tuesday and Monday. Look at the volume yesterday on Caterpillar. In play, very obvious. Pulls away from VWAP after about 11:30 into the noon hour. Caterpillar. And, you know, that relative volume during the day, you see that before traders that wait for the close to find these pocket pivots, you see it before they do. You see it as it's building. So that's important. Look at the move on Caterpillar. Okay, we got 2 minutes to go. Why is that important? Because I've been beating you to death with this over and over, just talking about how the S&P 500, number of stocks above the 50-day, have been increasing. It was 67% below. Now it's 67% above. Okay, over here on July 19th, that dip to the 50-day, 67% were below the 50-day. Now 67% are above the 50-day. Guess what institutions have been doing? You're looking at was that Cooper? Cooper, yep. It looks good. Morning, Robert. Okay, so we got less than a minute to go. Understand that most stocks, you got the S&P breaking out of a range. People were telling me that I'm off this time. I said, I don't know. If the number of stocks trading above the 50-day continue to rise, and the upper range, the upper call wall continues to shift higher, that's telling me institutions expect price action to be grinding into Jackson Hole higher, and we broke out 2 weeks ago. So this is reflective of buying below the 50-day, as we saw with Caterpillar. All right, and the banks. Banks have been doing this recently too, pushing through the 50-day. And energy as well. All right, energy's still got a move on here. All right, SPY. All right, SPY and the Qs are pulling back a little bit. SPY and the Qs pulling back a bit. All right, let the market settle down before we do anything. All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. Let's see what's active this morning. Percent change. Citigroup. All right, I'm not in a hurry to do anything, just watching. Okay, Zion Bank Corp, another day for Zion. Let's see, Zion Bank Corp. All right, continuation, Citigroup, active this morning, Citigroup. Let's see what else is on here. BG, was that Bunge? BG. Bunge. All right, that's another stock that's going to push above the 50-day. You see all of these pushing back above the 50-day? That's institutions buying the dip. Look at this volume by price support level. This is the base. This is the markdown. This is phase one accumulation. Markdown's phase four. Phase one's the start of a new trend. Phase two, you get all the moving averages to turn higher. Watch SPY and the Qs. Those are pulling back. That'll give us an opportunity. All right, remember yesterday we had a similar setup, except that we made the highs about, what time here? About 7 o'clock this morning we made the highs on the index. All right. Let's look at what's IBB doing today. Is it pulling back again? All right, it's starting to show signs of buyers coming in. It's too early to tell, but watch Moderna and the other stocks that have pulled back. All right, they're showing signs of buyers. Still early. These could still pull back. All right, let's look for the stocks that are showing high relative volume. We got Clover with high relative volume to start the day. All right, it's in this flat base down here. We could get above the 50-day, in which case we could see a move back up to the highs, or at least the 50 and 200-day overhead of 1050. All right, what else is on here? Palantir, PLTR, high relative volume to start the day. This could be in play. It's above the 50-day. Palantir. Palantir. All right, Nordstrom, Array Tech. Array Tech has been seeing above average volume lately. Array, ARRY in play. ARRY is in play. ARRY. ARRY looks like it's going to go here today. What's it up now? All right, so ACY, that was active yesterday. We're seeing that one in play. All right, this one's already up $1.13. Don't chase it, but it's probably halted already. Array. All right, Array, not halted yet. A little bounce there. All right, AMD's off 50 cents. Tesla's off 3. Roku's up 5. Roku in play. Roku's in play. Coinbase is off 15. All right, so we thought that might be might pull back a little bit. Watch that one. Roku. All right, it's right at the 200 day. Where all this volume came in over here. Right down towards where they started buying. Let's see if this selling dissipates and we start to see buyers again. Have an upward sloping channel. SPY and the Q's still no tailwind, so don't do anything until VIX rolls over. VIX is at 1630. Still not that elevated. Victoria's Secret was off a bit yesterday. What was it, like $5? It's rising. Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret. Snowflake blasting off. Snowflake blasting off. Snowflake. Check Snowflake out. SNOW. Snowflake. This one's in play. Snowflake looks like it's going to push off of the 9 EMA. Okay, could be a big day for Snowflake. So far, it's showing some decent relative volume. All right, let's watch this one for a minute and see if it doesn't fade. If it doesn't fade, that would be a good sign of consistent buying. Snowflake. ALGN. Align Technologies. Smile Direct, gap down on earnings. Align. Maybe Align. I don't know. Maybe they think it's an inferior product. I don't know anything about the products. I just know regular braces. Align and Smile Direct. Smile Direct might get a bid here. What's going on here? Smile Direct. Stocks that continue lower usually continue lower until they don't. So it's in a markdown phase. Most likely gets rejected at the 921 day. You might get a little mean reversion, but that's not my cup of tea. Okay, Snowflake. We're watching Snowflake. See if it fades. If it manages to hold up here and not give back anything. SPY and the Qs are pulling back. I think this is going to be bought by institutions. All right, futures are off. Most likely going to be a opportunity here. Let's keep an eye on S&P. S&P, not quite oversold. Let's look at SPY. Not quite oversold. RSI. Let's look at VIX. All right, VIX coming back up to these recent highs. Okay, so we had this range overhead. So we got several levels where it might fail. Once we see VIX fail in a big way, might be a good buy point. It's at SPY is at S1 right now, just above S1. Snowflake's still going. Let's keep an eye on what's working. Open Door Tech, OPEN, Open Door. That's gapping up. Okay, I don't want to chase that. Lordstown Motors, RIDE. Does the Reddit crew come in after this one? This is still a short on any rejection overhead. Nordstrom, JWN, continues to trend off the lows. Cano, that's the one that, was it Pete or John mentioned? That's up this morning, Cano. Healthcare. Gilead. Gilead trying to push higher. A little dip there. Roku's up 350, trying to continue. Snowflake up 6. Snowflake is up 6, still hanging in there, Snowflake. Snowflake trending. Upstart, seeing relative volume on Upstart. 1.3 R ball. Upstart, UPST. XBIO, 34 times relative volume. Yeah, that's a penny stock. Be careful with these. All right, this might be in play. Look for dips to buy. All right, Ethereum, this little dip is an opportunity. If we can get Bitcoin stocks to start moving. Coinbase is off 14, looking for that dip to get bought. Coinbase. Array, looking for that to follow through. Apple, looking for a follow through. All right, so far Apple hasn't faded too much. Watch the Qs and SPY. All right, watch the VIX. Let's keep an eye on the VIX. If VIX starts to fail here, our VIX is starting to fade. SPY is at S1. Support 1. I'm watching the futures. We got 3 wicks down, 3 wicks. Five-minute charts. Got 3 wicks down. Probably going to see a reversal here. SPY, what's today? Today's Thursday. Tomorrow's calls. Maybe tomorrow's calls. It might be a little bit too early. What time is it? Yeah, it's not quite there yet. So we could see more downside. Let's see. Friday's calls. $4.44. Can we see $4.44? All right, VIX starting to fade. Watch SPY. Tomorrow's calls. Snowflake is fading. Snowflake is fading. That was a quick little change in direction. Snowflake is flaky. All right, Bitcoin Investment Trust GBTC, ETHE. Okay, holding up better. From what I understand, there's a lot more eyeballs on ETHE than GBTC. The significance is more are using Ethereum than GBTC. More are talking about it, more are trading it. All right, Ethereum is down at $1.42, watching for a bounce in that one. Okay, SPY on the Qs, looking for an opportunity. It's still a little early, so we're waiting a few minutes. Okay, Cooper Cooper, wow, what a move on Cooper. Nice job there, Rob. Cooper is ripping. Nice. All right. VIX hanging in there. SPY at the lows. Just waiting for the cavalry. NVIDIA. All right, so we got a mix of things going on here. AMD trying to go green. Apple's up 48 cents. Coinbase is off 14.90. Looking for a bounce. NVIDIA. All right, so right now we're just waiting. Okay, SPY starting to reverse. SPY starting to reverse. VIX trying to roll over. SPY trying to reverse. Let's look at VIX. All right, VIX trying to roll over. All right, VIX starts to drop off from here. It's not quite at yesterday's pivot highs here from 11:30. It's okay. Got a lower high for now. SPY and the Qs look like they're buying the dip. Look for VIX to drop off. What's BABA doing? BABA had a big trade on BABA on the bearish side. BABA gapping down. Yeah, that BABA trade doing quite well. BABA. This looks pretty bearish on BABA. Alibaba. BABA. Watching BABA. All right, SPY and the Qs reversing here. They're trying to reverse. Qs look a little better at the moment. Sano, that was one yesterday mentioned by Pete, I believe. Sano. CrowdStrike looking good. Security. CrowdStrike Security. It's below the 50-day. If you don't mind trading below the 50-day. There's a higher probability that it gets up to the 9 and 21 or 50-day and gets rejected and starts a downtrend. If this is a topping pattern, we don't know yet. So it has a lot of work to do to get back above this range. Just imagine all of the trading that's occurred right in here over the last 6 weeks, Jamie. Needs to get above that. So once it runs up against the 50-day, let's see what happens. You'd think security stocks would be doing better given all of the news lately. AMD. AMD looks like it's got a bottom starting here. All right, so it looks like these buyers over here are picking up shares now. They let this pull back. What is that, about 50% retracement from this pivot here? That's 382. right, 382. Let me just pull this over. Okay, so you got a 382 Fibonacci on this on AMD. All right, you got 382, 50%. That looks pretty good, actually. Okay, and yeah, that looks good. All right, so you got Fibonacci right in that zone. You got this volume by price band. A lot of trading going on there. Watching for volume now. SPY in the Qs. Qs looking a little better. SPY's just still trying to figure out what it wants to do next. Okay, AMD looks pretty good though. We need, for me, I'd like to see a second bullish day. So that would be tomorrow. If we can manage to hold this level and push to 110, say tomorrow, that would be, I would feel more comfortable that buyers are coming in. I'd like to see more volume too. Array is starting to move. Array, away. Array is going. Array. Got R ball and array. Array's taking off here. ARRY. Okay, at the 50-day, another stock moving above the 50-day. The A50R we've been talking about. The S&P A50R. We went from 67% below the 50-day on the 19th. That was the last pullback to the 50-day. Now we're 67% above the 50-day. What does that tell you? Tells me that institutions have been buying. What have they been buying? Stuff like Caterpillar. Look at Caterpillar, how beautiful this chart looks. Pushing back through the 50-day. What about the banks? They did that too. What about energy? Energy has a little bit more to go, but it's headed in that direction. Looks like if we can establish a foothold here and see USO moving higher, energy stocks should do well. Financials have been the best, along with industrials are starting to pick up the slack as of yesterday. Industrials, Tuesday, Wednesday. Materials. Our materials have been doing well. Metals and mining. Freeport, Rio Tinto. Vulcan Materials had been looking the best. Vulcan Materials. All right, that's flagging right now. What's IBB doing? All right, so SPY's making a new low here. IBB looking for the bounce. Little, not so much today. SPY still moving lower. Futures moving lower. Okay, ARK-K is trying to bounce. ARK-K. ARK-K threading the needle. It's sitting right on the 50-day. If this loses the 50-day, probably would take that one off. I was hoping that this would continue higher, but we'll see. Looks like they just took out stops below at S1. Just tagged S1. SPY just tagged S1. Berkshire's off a buck right now. Berkshire. All right. Array. Trying to follow through. Alibaba. Looking for that to roll over. Snowflake. It's very flaky today. Snowflake. Bouncing around. Chopping people up. Doji. Sideways pattern. 921, 50-day are all rising. The 50-day is about to cross through the 200-day. You see that dotted line? So we'll have a golden cross on Snowflake. Coinbase pulling back a little bit. That's okay. We were anticipating that we could see a little pullback in these that have run up over the last week. A little pullback for the next leg higher. restore some energy. This is what we want to buy, the dips. We don't want to buy up here, buy the dips. Okay, so these aren't quite set up the way we'd like to see them just yet. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond's not doing anything. Looked good on the daily there for a while. All right, Array trying to push higher. Array, ARRY. All right, Apple. Looking for Apple to push off of this level. Finally starting to get a move here. Apple. Apple. Thanks, Nick, for the heads up on Apple. Looks like a follow through. Finally, look at the Bollinger Bands on this one. Apple finally. Apple looking good. Watch Apple. Apple looking for the day for this to come out of this squeeze and start rising. RSI's rising. MACD looks like we could take a northerly direction on this. This is a function of price, of course. So if Apple still gets them, if we get a move on Apple, we take out tops of these wicks here around 148. We could see 159, 149, 150 very quickly on Apple. All right, the FANG stocks looking better. All right, so yesterday we were talking about how these mini rotations, we go out of growth for a couple of days, then we go into growth, then we go in out of growth for a couple of days, then we go into cyclicals. All right, so we're starting to potentially see that happen today. Let's look what this ratio is telling us. Yesterday this was pointed downward off of this extreme area over here that we've seen before. We see these bounces. Starting to see a bounce right now. So growth looks like it's getting bought right at the 21 day, right where you would expect them to buy on the dip. Not the highs, but on the dips. Okay, and cyclical stocks seeing some continuation of the buying we've seen recently. So, all right, still a little early. All right, it's 10 o'clock. So what we're doing right now is waiting to see what institutions are going to trade today. We got some early movers, but I want to see the quality names on the move now. So I'm going to review a couple of more names here. Open Door, that's gapping up. Let's see what else is going here. Upstart, UPST. Upstart is trading 2.3 times RVOL. Upstart, 2.3 RVOL. Upstart looks good. Looked like it wants to break out of this little shallow cup. We had a gap up yesterday on earnings, I guess. All right. Array. Array fired a long. Okay, Array fired a long setup. Let's see. 5 minutes still. Yep. Daily is still. Yep. 30-minute is still on a buy signal. Yep. All right, so the TTM squeeze on Array, ARRY, TTM squeeze has fired on Array. Fairly inexpensive name. Look at the Bollinger Bands here. Okay, you can see the Bollinger Bands opening up. Okay. If you look at the daily, all right, you can see the Bollinger Bands opening outside the Keltner channel. That fires a TTM signal on the daily. Looks good. All right, looks good. Ray looks good. All right, so first day, firing, RSI rising. So that's telling you the direction is most likely going to be northerly or reversing direction. ADX. All right, so ADX you can see is at 25 turning upward. You see ADX green is above ADX red. It's telling you a new trend starting. New trend is starting. That's what ADX designed to tell you. New trend starting out of a base. Now this could stop right here around 17 and stay in a base for a while, but if it breaks out, there's hardly any overhead supply in this area here. You can see there's a vacant area where it gapped down. There was no one trading in here, so it's going to be easier to push back up once it gets above the top of this range. Once anyone who wants to get in here, institutions, let's see what institutions are doing here. ARRY, let's see if they're adding. I'm looking for funds, ownership. All right, so they've been subtracting into June. So 478 firms had positions in March and June, 437. That dropped by 40. Let's see. Earnings look good, though. Earnings in 2021 took a little dip, but projected to move higher in 2022. All right, so we'll watch that one. It's buying the Qs, no follow through yet. Berkshire Hathaway is off $1.30. Berkshire, you know what you get with Warren. So Monday was earnings right here on the gap up. This is Friday, that big candle. So with the rule with a gap and go is that you wait for the next dip and then draw a trend line through the body of this candle from Tuesday through the wick, presumably from this one, the red candle. That'll be your stop. Anything below that, you would take it off. You'd still be in a profit at that point. I don't see Berkshire pulling back, but you never know. Apple trying to follow through. It's at 147. Just tagged the high of the day, 147 and change. Apple. All right, Baba looks like a bear flag on Baba. There was a $9 million trade that went off yesterday at 3:40 p.m. Joe Knuckle over at Option Hawk mentioned it. All right, $9 million trade. Looks like a bear flag. Look at the daily. Daily looks like it could revisit 180. The 180 puts don't look that bad. They're cheap. They're really cheap for tomorrow. If this really gets a move on today. All right. SPY making a new low here. No follow through yet. Q's making a new low here. No follow through yet. Futures making a new low. Okay, let's see what the sectors look like. Sectors. All right, so we got the reverse of yesterday. We had 80% green. Now we have 80% red. We've got healthcare, utilities, biotech is flat, trying to push higher. Healthcare, utilities, and pharmaceuticals. We only have 80% sectors are red. %80 of sectors are red, reverse of yesterday. We're not expecting a big move today. So, not expecting a big move. We've transitioned 4450. Let's see, S&P 500, SP5. All right. Right now we're at 4437. 4437. 4450 was a big level. We were above that. We're above that this morning. We're at 448. 4448. All right, so we're off presently 0.2%, 0.2%, 10 handles on the S&P 500. All right, the next level is 44.25. Next large level is 44.25. I don't see us getting down there before they start buying. All right, it's 10 o'clock, so we're waiting for a signal. Opening range. We're making the opening range lows right now. So all right, watching Baba. All right, most stocks are showing the same things as the sectors. Waiting. It's a good thing to do right now. I think we should just wait, see if they buy the dip here. This is the S&P. Did they buy the dip? VIX still going. All right, VIX is still going. All right, so we're closing in on yesterday's pivot high. This is not that bad as far as VIX is concerned. We're not in the 25s. VIX. All right, VIX, hanging in there. Waiting for directional change in VIX. Or what's Moderna doing? Moderna, mRNA, Moderna, mRNA. All right, holding, 5-year penalty, holding the 21-day. SPY and the Q still pulling back. All right, SPY. We've been in this tight range. Okay. Tight range. Equal weight index breaking out of this range above 62.05, trading up there 100 points higher over the last 2 weeks. Now it's taking a little bit of a breather. Okay, so let's just wait. We'll wait for institutions. They'll buy the dip. Nothing's really changed. We know what infrastructure is going to be like. We know Jackson Hole's in the end of the month. We got VIX is fairly low, so volatility isn't that great. A little bit more so on the Qs, as the gamma channel depicted with Vanna, the Vanna chart of the Qs. So the dealers would be buying a little bit less as we cruise up towards 370 and selling a little bit more as we test the lows. So right now we got to just wait for them to stop selling and for buyers to come in. If they're going to come in, we'll see it. I don't expect a straight day of just selling and everything falling off. There's really no reason for it. Not that the markets are rational. But we clearly have a red day so far in play. A few things look like they were going to break out. Apple's still looking pretty good. If it can muster some more strength, that would be an important confirmation, if you will. Apple's doing well despite the markets being lower. It's showing relative strength right now. Apple. Okay, so it's flagging. Apple's flagging. So if it manages to hold this strength, that would be important. All right, Apple, let's keep an eye on it. It's buying the cues, watching, not doing anything until the markets can show. Give me at least a half a dozen bullish 5-minute candles. And I need to see VIX roll over. Not happening yet. VIX is hanging out at 1639. It's not that elevated. I would imagine over the next couple of weeks we'll see more hedging, more put buying. VIX is fairly low. Alibaba looks like it's going to roll over here. Alibaba got an H pattern. Got an H pattern. Draw a straight line from here down. You get this lowercase h. That's generally accepted as a bearish pattern. You can also have something of a bear flag. Looking for Baba to break down. Baba puts trading. All right, VIX is starting to roll over. VIX is starting to roll over. VIX. VIX rolling over. Okay, SPY starting to bounce. Q starting to bounce. Watch Apple. Apple's at the high today. All right, Q starting to reverse. All right, Apple's starting to go. Apple, peach, pumpkin pie. All right, let's see what sectors start to go green. All right, remember we got 80% of our sectors red right now. So we just got the robotics ETF, which was hot yesterday. That just went green. We got real estate just went green. So if inflation starts to pick up in people's minds again, might have some trades there. Pharmaceutical stocks doing fairly well today. That's up 0.5%. IHE, the pharmaceutical sector. IHE. All right, so you know that Farmer Jim bought Bristol Myers. Bristol Myers sitting on the 50-day. BMI on the 50-day. BMY. BMY, you got Merck. Let's see what Merck is doing. J&J. These look like they could be getting bought here. J&J. Johnson & Johnson. Looks really good. 9 EMA. Okay, Q's reversing. Watch Apple. Watching Apple. Let's look at AstraZeneca. Not so much, but turning the corner. Eli Lilly. Okay, flagging. Looking for a follow through on Eli. Berkshire, BRKB. Smart money will come in and buy the dip. Once we see the smart money come in and buy the dip, look for that wick underneath. Nothing yet. There, it's starting to show up. You see it right over there? All right, it's buying the Q, starting to reverse. Futures starting to reverse. All right, it's only 10:14. Apple looking good here. Apple. Maybe today is the day for Apple. Today could be the day for Apple. All right, looks good. TTM squeeze on Apple. All right, Apple looks good here. Apple looks good. All right, so get rid of some of this stuff that's no longer applicable. Put that there. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's not important right now. What is important is RSI stayed above 50. I thought that was interesting. Apple. All right, Apple's starting to show signs of potential here. If we could tick a bit higher and the Qs continue. All right, so Apple. All right, watching Apple here. Apple looks really good here. All right, Apple's starting to break out. Apple's starting to break out. Apple's going for it. Thanks for the heads up, Nick. Nick was on it about 20 minutes ago. Palantir, Palantir with a nice move this morning. Back above the 50-day. Apple. All right, Apple looking good. Relative strength. Apple's about to go. It's buying the Qs. Nice shakeout. That's what it looks like so far. Shakeout. There goes Apple. Apple looking really good. Microsoft. Microsoft. Check out Microsoft. Check out Microsoft. Microsoft. All right, looking good. Also squeezing. Microsoft also squeezing. Let's see what it looks like on the 5-minute. Microsoft going. All right, looks good, Dollar. Thank you, Dollar. Looks good. Hold on one second. All right, sorry about that. That was my business partner. Got a project in Newark, New Jersey. He's got to get taken care of. All right, so cool. Apple on the move. All right, SPY in the Qs had a nice little short covering bounce. So far, I anticipate that all we're seeing is short covering. We need to see more build off of this. Otherwise, we could come back down and test the lows again. All right, so you follow? It's only 10:20. So far, all I've seen was a little move back up to this level. We need to take out yesterday's close, and we need to build more bullish candles. So far, we look okay, but I wouldn't go crazy long at this point. All right, so watch Apple. Apple's looking good. Some buying on these. Apple looks the best. Microsoft looks good too. 2 weeks of sideways action. FTNT, Fortinet, FTNT. Looking for the breakout. Fortinet for the breakout. Good ones, Rob. FTNT for the breakout. Very bullish trend. Very bullish. Very bullish trend in FTNT. I like that one, Rob. I like it a lot. A lot. All right, Apple's at the high, but it's stalling now. So keep an eye on Apple and the Qs. Need to see a follow through. Apple. Apple looks really good. All right, we're at 147.50. All right, we need to take out these levels here. So there's going to be some sellers here that got stuck thinking the same thing we're thinking right now, that we're going to take off the 9/21 day. Instead, they got stuck for over a week. So some of these traders are going to want to break even. Some, probably not the majority. Majority probably are looking at this as a continuation, like we are. Looking for the breakout in Apple. All right, Apple's at the highs, just taking a breather. We've got a few more sectors have gone green. We're still about 75% red, 25% green. All right, so we need to see that build to more like 50%. And for price action, more 5-minute candles need to build. Otherwise, we could get rejected on a lower high. All right. So every day is not going to be a bullish day. Sometimes we're going to have a little consolidation. All right, we saw that over the last couple of days with the FANG stocks. They didn't do much. And that was clear in the ratio between growth and value in this chart. It was dropping the last few days. You can see we pulled right back to the 21 day. Now buyers are coming in. You can see the wicks underneath the lows. This is growth, semis, and XLK. Okay. And also cyclicals being bought a lot over the last week. Saw a lot of banks move from below the 50-day to above the 50-day. All right, so we're getting a follow through right now. All right, we're starting to see a follow through in Apple and other stocks right now. All right, starting to see a follow through. SPY in the Qs. Watch the SPY here. SPY is starting to follow through now. That's 4 bullish candles. We want to see a lot more and just keep moving away. Have VWAP point upward. The VIX we want to keep dropping. We want VIX to keep dropping. It is. Okay, so that's good. That was a good signal again. Remember, we were waiting for VIX to roll over. We got the rollover and then the follow through. SPY, nice little bounce off the lows, Qs. All right, so if you got some off the lows, maybe take a little profits off, see if we get a follow through now. Still early. It's only 10:25, not even an hour yet. Looking for more sectors to go green. VIX is backing off, of course. Apple's going some more. Apple going more. Here we go with Apple. All right, Apple's going. All right, Zoom. If we do lock down, there was so much speculation over there. What was supposed to be an emergency broadcast network test yesterday. Some people said that regular radio did hear the broadcast, but they were talking about all kind of phones had to be rebooted and stuff. That was ridiculous. It was a big nothing burger. All right, so we're watching this. Zoom reversing, looking for a pushback above the 50-day. It's a big range. So if you look at this as a range, horizontal range, you're closer to the low, most likely at least back up to the 50-day, and then maybe the 380, the midpoint of this range. If we're really lucky and buyers continue to show up, maybe it pushes it back up to 404, 406. So I see what you're looking at there, Doug. Looks good. All right. Apple does look really sweet, though. Apple. No sour apples today. Only sweet. No Granny Smith. Junk bonds are up a penny. Real estate is flat. All right, we're trying to get to about 50% green on the sectors. Still got a lot of work to do. Not every day is going to be a bullish day. I wish it was. That's why we take profits off into strength for those days there where we do have a bullish follow through. All right, so Inovio trying to push higher. Inovio going for 10. All right, Inovio, this one had a very interesting strategy, the strangle on Inovio. We're looking for a straddle. What was that, Tuesday? On earnings, earnings came out, what's that, Monday? The puts worked on Tuesday. Wednesday, didn't do much. Thursday, now we're following through. Did we get back through 10? Did we get back to 10? That strangle that was proposing worked pretty good so far. Looks like the calls will be working soon here. All right, so Array, looking for that to follow through. Victoria's Secret, VSCO going. Victoria's Secret, VSCO. That dipped yesterday, $5. Look like it's going to go again. All right, SPY in the Q's still going. SPY in the Q's. Okay, so the buyers are stepping up. Okay, a nice signature here over the last 4 trading days. Every day that we've hit a low, buyers stepped up so far. Snowflake is up $8. Snowflake, Snow plus 8. Snowflake plus 8. Still going. Nvidia plus $1.60. Nvidia top of range. High of the day on NVIDIA, top of the intraday range. It pulled back yesterday. Imagine it shook out a lot of people as it dipped below the 21 day. All right, so this is the way I like to trade this. On the pullbacks, that's a good buy. Wait for the bullish day. Okay, once we see the bullish day, a second bullish day would be Friday. So if this turns out to be bullish, you might give up a few points, but higher probability that this is going to follow through if we can see a bullish day today. All right, so there's still a lot of, just write it down. Take a look at NVIDIA tomorrow, see if it closed bullish today or at the close. ARK-K trying to break out here. ARK-K. That one was sitting right on the fence. ARK-K was sitting on the fence, the 50-day. Tested it as well yesterday. Looking for it to pop back up. If we can see the growth stocks manage a higher high. Roku is flat after being down several days in a row. Roku. AMD is flat. AMD is flat. Right at the 9 EMA. Could come down and tap the 21 day and then reverse. That'd be kind of cool to see a hammer. Better entry here or here. Not so much at the highs. All right, so this was just over a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. This is the run we had. This week, a pullback. Is that it? Is AMD done? Well, we'll have to watch for confirmation on the buying situation. If they show up to buy some more, then we'll have our answer. Apple, though, looks really good. Looking for the breakout. There go the Qs. Qs are ripping up to the highs. All right, Qs looking good. All right, so you got your vote. There goes Facebook. Wow, there you go. Facebook. All right. All right, Apple is really doing well. There goes Facebook. Netflix turning the corner. Amazon pushing higher. We're looking for NVIDIA to get a move on here. NVIDIA looking like it's going to break out right here. Watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks pretty good on the 5-minute. Check out NVIDIA. Coming right off the 21 day. I'm not big on trading on the first bullish day, but this looks really good. Looks like it's going to reverse and follow through. So for an intraday trade, a day trade, this looks fine. Looks like it's going to break out, stop below the the VWAP. SPY in the Q, you got a tailwind. You have a tailwind, so you got conditions. Tailwinds. SPY, Q. What does IWM look like? IWM. Like to see small caps join the party. Not so much. IWM is pulling back. Okay, so you got a tailwind in the SPY and the Qs. There go the Qs. Qs are ripping. Wow, look at the Qs go. There go the Qs. Look at the difference between the Qs and IWM. That's telling you where to put your money. Put it on the Qs right now. Dealers, market makers buying as we drift back higher, but we'll start to run into some resistance as we approach 370. We got a ways to go for that. 3 handles on the Qs. VIX is holding at the lows, 1596. I would expect to see VIX defend the low. I would expect to see VIX defend the low. All right, so we're right at the lows right now that we saw yesterday at 330. Qs, maybe take a little profits off the table if you got a nice entry on the dip. All right, so looking for a follow through. NVIDIA trying to push. All right, Victoria's Secret. That's continuing to find buyers. Victoria's Secret, BSCO. Still buying. Volume coming in. Important telltale sign. Volume along with upward sloping VWAP that tells you momentum is in, and that there are other people looking at this and trading it as momentum is clearly bullish. VWAP is rising. All right, Facebook fading a little bit. Apple, a little profit taking at the highs. SPY, ditto right at the pivot, stopping at the pivot. Now, here's the thing with the SPY, okay? Here's the thing. This could turn out to be a flat VWAP day. This might be the high right here, and we could drift back lower. So we really want to see this continue like quickly. Start going. VIX needs to drop off and continue dropping. It's already in the lower part of its range. Maybe a bear flag here would be good. Roku's off a buck right now. Tesla turned green. Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Tesla. All right, so people are watching shining objects over here. They're missing the shining objects over there. Tesla moving. Okay, so Tesla, we want to have blasting through that upper zone, the tops of this range. All right, so similar to Apple in that it's been pulling back for over a week and a half. Look for this to pop through this level. That'd be kind of cool. Watch the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands are still pretty wide. See how this lower band's turning inward and the upper band's starting to turn? If this upper band starts to turn, expect Tesla to continue fading or flagging, consolidating, compressing volatility. If, however, the lower band starts to open up and the upper band starts to parallel and price action keeps going along this standard deviation 1 and 2 in the white area, then that'll be a nice long setup for swings on the dips. Facebook pulling back just a bit more. VIX looks like it wants to roll over. VIX watching it for a rollover. SPY looking a little better now. SPY looking a little better. Okay, futures looking a little better. Still, these last two 5-minute candles are kind of doji looking. Tick cumulative, we got a crossover, 3-to-1 down volume. So market internals are not agreeing just yet. Those need to change. Market internals do not agree with price action at the moment. VIX looks like it wants to roll over, so VIX is just saying, you know what, let me go take a rest down here at the bottom. Apple, still showing relative strength. Tesla, come on Tesla, you can do it. ISRG, we saw strength in healthcare. ISRG following through. What's Humana doing? Humana. All right, Humana's at the lows. United Health. Okay. All right, let's see what's working here. S&P 500, Dow Jones, Salesforce, Apple, Microsoft, Merck, IBM. IBM, we're looking for it to push above the 50-day. I think you might get it today. All right, IBM pushing above the 50-day. IBM's a buy above the 50-day. All right, so if this starts cruising, it'll be one of those crisscross songs. Sailing. Or Seals and Crofts. All right, so looks good. As long as VIX continues to fade or at least stays at the lows, maybe we can put together some more bullish candles. So this is significant. We've been waiting for IBM to push above the 50-day. NAOV, NAOV. Thank you, Luke. NAOV. Thank you, Luke. Nanotech, they keep talking about nanotech. That was like a big deal a few years back. And nanotech is becoming more and more ubiquitous, being referred to with all sorts of different applications. Apple still looking very good. NAOV looking interesting. All right, so Apple. Apple looking really good. So gets through these wicks right here. This one in particular, this bullish candle right here where it faded for a week. If it gets through this level, then 149 is the next and most likely test 150. That's the second ATR, second Keltner band. You see that there? Second Keltner is at 149.79. All right, so that is a target. If we can follow through and break out here, it would require new money to come in. New money needs to come in to get this to push higher. All right. So more money has to come in and buy this. We've had a recent consolidation on Apple after earnings. Didn't fall off. Didn't fall off a cliff. All right, Apple didn't fall off a cliff like the last earnings. Instead, it went sideways, and now we're looking for a breakout. It's either Warren's number 1 or number 2 position. I forget which one it is. I think Bank of America is a number 1. Bank of America with Warren Buffett. All right, so speaking of Buffett, what's Berkshire doing? Berkshire was a long from Monday. Still consolidating. All right, so the buyers are starting to show up at the low of the day on Berkshire, BRKB. VIX looking for it to roll over and continue lower. There goes SPY. SPY continuation. VIX looking for it to fall off more. All right, looks like a drop coming out of your leaky water faucet. The one that drives you crazy because it keeps dripping. There it goes, it's dripping. VIX moving lower. Keep an eye on Apple. Apple. Even Facebook looks like that little dip just got bought. Watching Tesla as well. Netflix. Spying the cues. Holding. NVIDIA rejected from the high of the day. Roku's off 270. Roku. Short still working on Roku. Snowflake at the high of the day. Snowflake's at the high of the day. Pulling away from VWAP. Relative volume very high. Freeport-McMoRan. Freeport-McMoRan on the dip, looking for a bounce on the material stocks like Freeport, Rio Tinto, Vulcan Materials. These won't go straight up every single day. We anticipate that we might see pullbacks for ads or for new positions. Vulcan Materials also had a nice run into this week from last week, taking a breather at this high, most likely flags or creates a handle here now. Vulcan Materials. All right, let's see what sectors that are strongest. Okay, sectors, strongest sectors. IBB, biotechs. All right, so IBB is being bought. IBB. All right, so IBB, you've got a $10 discount, $9 discount. So my thoughts are that I would like to see this hold, maybe a bullish day, and then a bullish day tomorrow for safer entry. IBB is the strongest sector right now, so let's look at some of those components of IBB, the ETF. This is the IBB ETF. Let's see who looks the strongest. Is it Novavax? Let's see who it is. Drum roll. BNTX, BioNTech. All right, that's starting to bounce. BNTX. BioNTech getting bought. All right. So we got Novavax, we got Moderna. All right, so these look like they're getting bought. All right, look at Novavax. Nice, Frank. Novavax is, look at that volume on Novavax. When this got to the 50-day, we were looking at this for potential bounce. Frank mentioned it. I looked at it. That was at 200. It already started to bounce. We figured that it could bounce right back up to the 250 because of the volume that we were seeing. And sure enough, looks like that's what's the case. AMD pulling back a little bit. AMD pulling back a bit. Semiconductors are off 1.29%. All right, so pharmaceuticals, biotech, healthcare, technology, real estate, those look good. We're still about 70%, 75% red, 25% green. We need more sectors to participate in order for SPY and the Qs to continue higher. We're seeing that reflected in market internals. Don't look super bearish, but they don't look bullish either. So we need more of this kind of action we're seeing this morning to give us. Can we get a green day out of SPY? Qs went green a few minutes ago, trying to hold on to a bullish day. SPY is off 0.07%. It's off 30 cents. SPY could rush a bit higher now. Yeah, makes sense to me too, Frank. Yeah. Look at that volume. So this is probably going to, I would think this stock could double by the end of the year. You know, that might be too much to expect, but I'm not really expecting it, but I could see where this range is pointing. All right, look at this weekly range. All right, so you got this big weekly range. Where's the highs of the range? 290. So to see another 50 points on this one? Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. You got this base, weekly base, broke out, took out the highs, came back, consolidated, and now is in this big weekly range, looking for the weekly high again, 290, 300. I could definitely see it. Look at this big range over here. 2-year range, breaks out, then consolidates. All right, so this is base 1, base 2, phase 3 base right here. So they become more risky as these bases continue without a reset. But, you know, it looks very strong in a sector that I don't think is going to dissipate in terms of the amount of chatter that we've been hearing with the Delta variant, the Sigma variant, the Epsilon variant, whatever the variant is now, whatever Greek letter they're using. These all look good. Intella. This one looks like it could springboard off of this level. Intella. That looks good. These are the top 25 stocks in the biotech ETF, IBB. I prefer IBB, not XBI. Look at IBB. All right, here's IBB on the daily. It's above the 21-day. Now look at XBI. XBI. Way underperforming. It's below all the moving averages. I wouldn't trade this or LABU at present because of the weighting. Because of the weighting in all of these big cap stocks, IBB outperforming, okay? So you can see the top 10 here. Charles River Lab, that had a dip yesterday, getting bought. Charles River looks really good. All right, that's CRL. These all look good. Yeah, Nutella was the other one. Yeah, that was it. So I'm not the only senile one here. being able to forget. All right, so Illumina, that one I had earnings a week ago, dipped down. Actually, that was Monday right there, right? No, that was Friday. Then we came in Monday, we popped up. Illumina was on the watch list, still on the watch list. Looking for it to spring off of this level, Illumina. So if you don't want to do all of these trades, here goes the Qs and the buy IBB. Maybe you scale into it. I might scale into some IBB, even though it's early. If I was going to take 1,000 shares when I think something's going to bounce at the 21 day, everything else saying yes, it will, then I would buy, instead of 1,000 shares, maybe I'll buy 50, maybe I'll buy 100. Looking for a bounce here. All right. Looking for buy here. All right, I bought some IBB. All right, scaling into IBB again. All right, I'm scaling into IVB mainly because of everything I'm seeing and all the indices are giving us a bullish look. They're creating a tailwind. The Qs and the SPY are moving higher now. So that's giving us a bullish tailwind. Look at the Qs. All right, so what did I say yesterday? Yes, it's possible that we pull back and test the 21 day, but the trend is very strong. 9, 21, and 50 day are stacked. You got RSI above 50, you got MACD above. MACD was above its signal line. That's drifting a bit lower, so you got some divergence there. But price action, we were looking for a bullish day. So far, it's being confirmed. So it's not my opinion, it's what's happening. What's happening. All right, watching Apple for a breakout. There goes Apple. Apple's on the move. Apple's on the move. All right, so there goes Apple. More people are waking up to Apple, applesauce, apple fritters, apple turnovers, apple pie. Don't mind me, it's the coffee. My daughter made a little bit stronger coffee than I'm used to. All right, let me go downstairs and get a little bit of, I'll be right back. All right, Apple's working. Qs are at the highs. SPY is headed back to the highs. Looking good. All right. Snowflake at the highs. Apple's at the highs. Everything looks pretty good. VIX need to drop a little bit more. Problem with VIX being at the lows is the signals start to get a little more muted. Inovio still going. All right, Inovio still moving higher here. Inovio post earnings. All right, so they're buying this pretty heavily today. Inovio. The strangle worked really well. This dropped on Tuesday. The puts were a profit. Now the calls on the other side look like they're going to be a profit here shortly too. So that's looking pretty interesting. Apple's still going. Probably the number one thing that people will be talking about today. If Apple breaks out, look at the ATR on Apple. It's $2.32. Apple, $2.32. It's at $2.35 right now. So if Apple does break higher and expand its ATR or its average range for the day, that would tell you that it's an expansion day, and most likely the reason is a lot of people are buying, okay, and pushing the ATR, expanding the ATR. You can see it also in Bollinger Bands because they're tight, so volatility has tightened up over the last few weeks. Triangle pattern, ascending triangle. Looks like it's going to break out. RSI is pointing to a breakout to the upside. There goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move. All right.
It's 11 o'clock.
Apple, doing very well. Thank you. Apple's doing well. It's buying the Qs. All right, it's not going to be a straight shot to the moon. You're going to have back and fill. Back and fill. Those two brothers, you know, back and fill. Looking for them to maybe pull this back down a little bit. Back and now fill and then pop again. A lot of volume. We've traded the ATR for the day. If there's more upside, then that'll tell us that it's an expansion day. Adobe. What I like about Adobe is this is one of the IBD long-term portfolio candidates. Okay, Adobe is one of the top candidates. Look at that beautiful trend, Rob. Beautiful. Just trending like crazy. Adobe, you know, they're taking a lot of DocuSign's customers. DocuSign's got a pretty strong foothold while Adobe's trying to do the Adobe sign. A lot of people are saying they're taking over a lot of, I haven't seen it yet. DocuSign still has a lot of customers. They were the first one to do this old electronic document signing online. So we'll see. We'll see who wins. But Adobe definitely has a nicer looking pattern. Nice and clean. Subscription-based model for all their products, their software products. Photoshop, Illustrator, among others. Apple looks good. Amazon's still going. Amazon, with the base. All right, this is what, day 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Day 10 at the 200 day. My guess is that Amazon's going to continue push back up to the highs. That would be a higher low. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth higher low. RSI is now oversold. All right, SPY and the Q's coming back a little bit. A little profit taking there. VIX trying to turn upward. Apple's on a buy signal, the 30-minute and the daily. 5-minute is also on a buy signal. These buy signals are one of John Carter's creations, the REF Pro. The 5-minute just flickering here with a sell signal coming off now at the highs. More like a momentum force kind of indicator. Array trying to break out. Victoria's Secret still pushing higher. Snowflake at the highs of the day. Snowflake. Snowflake. I'd like to hold on to this one for a longer term swing. This has just been kind of grinding along. Snowflake, what I'm looking at on Snowflake is this high over here after the IPO. We're 100 points off of that level. You know, a little patience, you probably could see that level. So, you know, I know Warren says it, and a lot of other people say it. You know, impatient traders wind up giving money to the patient trader. You know, it might be that you have a profit in Snowflake and you get a little impatient. I'm actually looking at it for taking a profit off because it does tend to pull back sometimes to the 9 EMA. This is the first day away, so this is the second bullish day. I tend to, you know, get a little impatient sometimes, but need to let this run. It's probably going to be above 300 by maybe end of the month, mid September maybe. Spying the Qs, looking for dip buyers to come in. So yeah, patience is it takes some getting used to, because the first thing that most traders will ask, new traders will ask, is when do I sell? You know, you just got into something. When do I sell? Well, you should have a target. You should have ideas of where you might want to be taking profits. But stocks like this, for example, look at IBM. IBM just now pushing above the 50-day. Now, does it close up here or not? I'd be inclined to take the risk of scaling into this one with a stop below if it can't manage to close above the 50-day with a target of about 151. So about 8 points from here. You know, I wouldn't want to have a whole bunch of new positions, but this is definitely one to consider if you don't have but a couple of positions. Doesn't appear to move that fast. It's got an ATR of $1.86. It's up 62 cents, so maybe another $1.20 today. If this does get some more action, that would tell you that this volume that's building over here is institutions picking up shares as it moves above the 50-day. Some stocks like Caterpillar got more momentum. So this move through the 50-day, most likely a little bit more selling potential here than with IBM, because IBM is such a slow mover. I don't see much selling coming into IBM at this point. Whereas Caterpillar, I could see a little, maybe back to 50%, maybe even the 50-day. This got a little overextended, but institutions are definitely buying in here. So I would think that from 207 up to 220, 7 points. I don't think that they're only looking for 7 points. Do you? I think that'll probably continue to build. We'd like to see that continue to build and get back up to 250 or so in the coming weeks. So 30 points from here. If you're patient, you probably see another 30 points from here as a swing trade. You know, people are always asking me, what about swing trades? What about swing trades? I know you do a lot of day trades. I do swing trades too. This is a good swing trade setup. So are the banks. Look at the banks. Banks look good. They blasted through the 50-day. Now, the banks don't see the same kind of thing that we see on the Caterpillar. Okay? They're benefiting from the 10-year yield. 10-year yield's probably going to stop at the 50-day. And that's exactly what I said yesterday. We're probably going to stop right around the 50-day. Here we got a shooting star right at the 50-day. So it probably consolidates along in this area, which will be good for both growth and banks financials, right? So you got some growth being bought today. You got Apple at the high of the day. You got Facebook, Netflix, Amazon, Nvidia, Snowflake, and other growth stocks with higher lows, higher highs. Chewy, another one. Chewy. All right. So Chewy has been grinding. This one's probably just going to run right back up to 120. Look at the weekly chart. All right. So you're a swing trader. When should I sell? Well, I would until it does something stupid, which would be a drop, a very vicious drop below the 921 day. You know, if you got long somewhere in here, looked at this very large volume by price band support. Chewy looks good. It's got an ATR of $3.46. It's up 250, so you could probably see $1.50. Maybe you don't want to buy right here, right now. Maybe you wait for a little 5-minute little flag. All right, so right here was a good level. Another little flag like that or a pullback would be a good level. This looks very bullish though. Chewy looks really good. Could see, Chewy could see, let's see, 120. 120. All right, until it does something stupid, as GTO used to say all the time. This one looks like it's just going to keep going. So, you know, the better entry would have been right here. In hindsight, obviously, the better entry. You know, I like these pullbacks to the 9 EMA that held. Buyers came in second day. Although it was red, we did have buyers the second day, the third day, now the fourth day, taking out this wick from yesterday. All right, volume is starting to build. Not massive, but this is most likely going to continue higher. Don't hear a lot of chatter about Chewy, so that's telling me that, you know, this is probably just grind along. Shiny object over here while everybody's looking at shiny objects over there, Apple and the FANG stocks. They're leaving Chewy alone. Chewy's just grinding away. All right, what did Chewy earnings look like? Chewy earnings, let's see what it came out with. Chewy. All right, waiting for it to load here. What's going on? This is slow. Why is this not loading? That's weird. All right, let me look at MarketSmith. MarketSmith show. All right, it's got earnings in 20 days. All right, so Chewy has earnings in 20 days. Earnings have doubled, 258% projected for 2023. So I could see 120 on Chewy. All right, Chewy, I might buy some shares of Chewy. Let's see what's going on here. Did we get a dip yet, Chewy, while I'm talking? All right, starting to take off right here. Chewy looks good. Chewy looks good. Bought some shares. Chewy. Chewy looking good. All right, I bought some Chewy shares there while I'm talking about it. If it loses the low of the day or the 9 EMA, that would indicate maybe a stop. And you know, if you're just starting a position in Chewy, that looks really good. Spying the cues. SPY coming back a little bit, looking for a bounce, looking for VIX to roll over. Chewy looks good. All right, VIX still hanging out. Bear flag. Apple at the high of the day. All right, I have some Apple August 20 150 calls, some leftover calls, on Apple. I have the 150s. They're currently going for a dollar. A dollar. Okay, I'm off about 10 cents on those. My average is about $1.10, $1.12. Apple. So if we get a follow through, I have the 820 call. The 820, August 20. That's next Friday. Not this Friday, next Friday. So I got a week for those to work. And with the recent pullback in growth over the last couple of days, it looks like money's rotating again back into growth. And cyclicals, they were bought into coming into the week, so they'll probably let that just drift a bit higher. The value stocks, cyclical stocks, materials, financials, energy, industrials. Let's see what John Deere looks like. John Deere. All right, that's okay. Caterpillar. All right, a little profit taking. 3M, low consolidation. 3M, above the 50-day. IBM. All right, IBM, looking for that to follow through. All right, so XRT, that pulled back a little bit. So 5 below is probably pulling back. 5 below, yeah, it's pulling back. Walmart extended. We didn't want to chase Walmart. We're looking for a little dip or a flag. So if Walmart flags here back to like 148, 147, I'd be very interested in buying some Walmart. Seeing strength in these stocks like Target, Walmart, Costco. Costco from the 388 breakout right here. That one has been it's been on the watch list all along as it pushes higher. Dollar General. We saw Nordstrom this morning with some action. Nordstrom, that pulled back. So retail taking a little breather. All right, VIX trying to grind up, showing a bear flag right now. Apple at the highs. Inovio, just all day long, Inovio. Inovio. All right, let's see what else. High relative volume, XBio, XBIO. Clover Health, CLOV, Clover. All right, so buyers are starting to show up now on Clover Health. Does this get a follow through off of this level? Clover Health along on the dip. Does it take off to the upside? Watch Clover, CLOV. All right. Are watching higher low here building on the indices. Won't be a straight shot to the moon. Clover Health looking for a follow through. Clover. All right, watching Clover Health for a follow through. SPY in the Q's high or low. Clover Health. This is Clover. Clover looks like a decent dip buy. All right, so Clover Health looking for it to follow through. Relative volume on Clover is very high. SPY in the Q's high or low. All right, SPY in the Q's pushing higher. Looking for Apple to break out more. There goes Apple. All right, so very important confirmation here on Apple's. I've been watching how Apple's trading today. So even though it's traded out its ATR, what is it telling you? Look at the volume. It's trading above its ATR expansion day. All right, so what else would I be looking for on an expansion day? All right, I'd be looking for price to be pushing off of a level. MACD and stochastics turning, RSI is rising. Everything is lined up, so this is as good as it's going to get, gentlemen and ladies. If this does break out on the daily time frame, it'll be because all of these things are lined up and we're managing to trade outside of the ATR for the day. So that's saying, in other words, that's saying expansion day. So it looks like they're testing. The volume's coming in. Everything looks good. Everything looks good for Apple. Okay, and confirming. All right, there it goes. Daily. The ATR is just over $2, 234. It has since taken that level out, so that's telling me expansion day. And you're also seeing it on your various Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands are tight. Expansion day, looking for the breakout. SPY in the Q's got your back. Sector is strong, so we got the top-down approach working for us. The sector's working. The index is working. Software is working. Other stocks in the group are working. I mean, you got everything working. So if it's going to work, it's going to be today. So far, so good on Apple. All right. Okay, SPY in the Q's. We got a higher low. Can we get another higher high? Get SPY above 444. Looking for 444. All right, that looks good. Inovio is up 1,650%. The calls, out of the money calls are up 1,600, 1,500%. Continuation here. Inovio. Wow, they're buying the crap out of Inovio. Wow, pretty interesting. Apple looks good. Q's at the highs. All right, everything's working, so should be good. All right, let's see what else is working. Clover Health. Palantir with a nice look to it today. Palantir. High relative volume. Yesterday as well. Palantir with high relative volume yesterday. It was a down day, but now we're getting the gap up, so we know what that was about. Look at the volume today. Trading 120 million shares. Palantir. The value area is the 21 day, so we're a little bit elevated. We're about $2 above the value area. 50 days just below. So if it fails, I think the worst case scenario, it comes back to the 50 day and consolidates. This looks pretty good for a swing, though. Palantir looks pretty good for a swing. OGN, what's OGN? OGN with high relative volume. Big gap up today. Look at the volume. All right, don't chase these. Just pointing out the ones that are above average. Inovio's got 2.8 R-vol at this point. Inovio, 2.8 R-vol. It's trading 7.5 million shares have traded. And we're above the 200 day. All right, so a little resistance here at the 200 day to be expected. There goes SPY. SPY breaking out. All right, so everything is working. Yeah, Adobe is a good company. No doubt about it. A good brand, too. You know, a good brand name. It's too bad Toys R Us went out of business. That was a good brand name. You know, IBM, despite its recent history, is a good brand. Big Blue. You know, everybody knows Big Blue. Apple, great brand. You know, you might hate Apple, dislike Apple. I dislike Windows computers. I mean, Apple, once you used an Apple or a Mac machine, they're just so intuitive, you know. Everything. I have a Mac ecosystem, server, machines, laptops, phones, iPads, iPods, the old iPods that are sitting in a shelf somewhere. I mean, I just like it. Just so easy. You know, you run on Linux operating system, so that almost never fails. Upstart showing 2.7 RVol. Unity Software showing 2.4 RVol. Unity Software, Microsoft also. Software names doing well. Look at Unity taking off here. Microsoft, Microsoft most likely lifts out of this base. Satya Nadella's got, you know, nothing but income, capital incoming from the Department of Defense, Army. You've got government contracts. One recently, because Amazon bitched about it, they decided not to do it. But Microsoft, Satya Nadella's got an animal, a tame animal, but I'm still looking for more upside in Microsoft. Excuse me. Man, my sinuses. Flowers every week. There's something blooming down here. It's not even the fall yet. All right, SPY making a new high here. Higher low, higher high. Headed back up to the pre-market highs, perhaps 444. Clover Health. All right, turning the corner. Apple, high of the day, seeing some profit taking. It's only 11:30. All right, so more stocks are going green. More sectors are going green. We're still at about 65% red sectors. The green sectors are biotechs, IBB, healthcare, XLV, pharmaceuticals, some of the pharmaceuticals, not all. The robotics and AI ETF, BOTZ, bots, XLK, IYR, real estate, junk bonds. And, you know, we had a few that are flat on the day. Utilities, staples, financials, off a little bit. Semiconductors are off almost 1%, so no trade there just yet. Select names in the software group are looking good. Some technology names. All right, so Microsoft, Chewy. This one sneaky little stock, right? Chewy, just grinding along. Tapped the 9 EMA on Monday. Buyers stepped up. They came in on Monday. Again, yesterday on Wednesday. More volume yesterday. It faded a little bit, but still today we're trading inside of yesterday's wick. SPY and the Qs are making higher highs and higher lows. Apple showing an expansion day. It's traded its ATR for the day. ATR for the day is $2.34. All right, it's already traded its ATR, so this might be it for today. Maybe a pop through 150 tomorrow. Maybe we get a whole bunch of calls that have traded. Let's see what Apple did. All right, Apple traded a crap ton of calls for the 150 strike for next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. A lot of calls trading. The 150s. I'd be surprised if the Nigerians don't mention it. Where did that go? Where is that chart? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. All right, Apple's still going. All right, so they're building. They've done this before. We've seen this before where we see a lot of volume on Apple. The 150 strike trading again. Apple. Expansion day. Apple. Trading 240. All right, spying the cues. All right, spying the cues. Cues making a new high. Looking for a SPY to make a new high right now. All right, the futures are just off the pre-market highs that we saw around 6:30.
You're managing September 22.5 call suite. Hotel Golf Echo November.
Snowflake is up $8.85. $8.85. Snowflake trading a B pivot right here. Snowflake.
Shares getting a pop here.
Snowflake trading a B pivot. Okay, you got a B pivot right here. Here's A. Here's B. You could also see this as A, B, C, D. Not uncommon to see more than one ABCD pattern intraday on strong days. Snow looking very good. IBB grinding a bit more. IBB. We bought a few shares of IBB, scaling back in. The reason being, we had a lot of biotechs showing strength today. So this particular biotech ETF much stronger than XBI or LABU. I wouldn't trade XBI or LABU only because these stocks here, these top 10 are mostly 5 and 8% weighted stocks. Moderna is 8% of the weight of this index versus XBI, which is like 1% weighting. So these big stocks that move a lot, look at IBB. These big stocks that move a lot don't move the needle that much on XBI. Look at XBI, still below all the moving averages. So which would you rather trade? This one, below the moving averages, or the top weighted stocks in the group at 5, 8%, above the 9, above the 21-day and 50-day and 200-day? I'd trade this one, hands down. Much better weighting. I don't know why the S&P weights these so differently. All right, let's see. Do I have this here? Let's see. I think I have it. All right. Do I have it? Yeah, there it is. All right, so this has changed a bit, but you can see XBI on the left. Moderna is like less than 1%, and the most recent weighting on Moderna is over 8%. It's at 5.86% on this screen cap, but it has increased, plus it's been added to the S&P 500. So I would definitely be more interested in Moderna on a bounce. Moderna on a bounce. mRNA. Okay, so there you go. There's 2 days in a row. You see the buyers at the low of the day yesterday and today confirming. Is this out of the woods yet? Absolutely not. Can it drop back down below the 21-day? Absolutely. It absolutely can. So this is the beginning stages. On a pullback like this in a bullish trend, I would scale in. If I would take 1,000 shares, I would normally take maybe 50. Scale in if it does close higher today and it comes out with a bullish day tomorrow. Maybe I add another 50 shares so I have, you know, 1/10 of the position I'm looking for. That's just me. And if next week this starts to creep higher, I might add to it. That way, if I'm wrong and it does drop off, I'm wrong on a small piece. IBB is grinding higher. There goes the futures. Futures are ripping higher now. All right, so if you bought the dip this morning, great trade. Another great trade. Looking really, really nice. Once again, great trade on SPY from the dip. All right. So SPY at the highs here. Can we push a bit higher? I hope so.
Sportico reporting NFL adds PointsBet, BetMGM, WinBet in betting deals. That's Michael Golf Michael and Whiskey Yankee November.
All right, looking good. All right, we're still going.
Ford Credit CFO says used car values have peaked.
All right, do we run into resistance here as we hit the highs of the day? Probably. Chewy at the highs, pushing a bit higher. Novio, Apple, looking good. All right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. All right, so SPY at the highs here. Probably take some off now. Take some profits off the table if you took SPY at the low. Alrighty. All right, so I would take some profits off of SPY. VIX is at the low here.
TKC, Turkcell out with their earnings report. Tango Kilo Charlie.
All right, SPY at the lows. I mean, SPY at the highs, just below its pre-market high.
851.7 million lira year over year.
All right, futures pausing at the 630 high. 630 high was just a bit higher, just overhead. We paused right below that now. Still looking for market internals to improve. Market internals don't really look as good as price action does, so.
KMPH getting a hop here. Chem Farm, August $10 call sweep, kilo.
All right, Array starting to go again. Array starting to pull away. Array, watch Array here. ARRY, watch Array. Starting to go. All right, Array, lots of volume on Array. That's usually indicative of institutions picking up shares. They generally won't trade stocks that are below $5 a share, but above 10, yeah, they'll look at these. So let me look at Array and see what kind of action. Array, what does it say? Array. ARRY, Array. Okay, Array recently had earnings. Let's see. Array, leading global technology company providing tracker solutions and services for utility scale solar energy products as one of the world's largest manufacturers of ground-mounted systems, Array. That makes sense, the name. With efficient installation and terrain flexibility coupled with high reliability, durability, and performance, Array delivers a lower levelized cost of energy. Companies focus on innovation combined with its customer-centric approach. All right, that looks good. All right, so what were earnings like? All right, so recent earnings of 4 cents per share. Consensus was for 2 cents per share. Earnings number, whisper number was 6 cents. It didn't meet the whisper number, but company says it expects 2021 earnings of 15 cents to 25 cents per share on revenue of 850 million. So it's a small cap company, medium cap. The current consensus estimates is 37 cents per share for the year. So it's a little bit below that, but that was on when they reported on August 11th. Is that right?
That's San Diego Echo Delta.
All right, so they reported yesterday? Array?
From the company now.
They reported after the close yesterday. So, all right. So it's taken off the day after earnings, reported yesterday. Array reported yesterday, following through. All right, noticing about a 10-second delay, 8 to 10-second delay on YouTube. So that's not too bad. It was like 20 to 25-second delay on live stream, if I could get it to work. Vimeo bought live stream, and they just didn't have customer service. They just didn't, they really lacked in customer service. DG, yeah, Dollar General, I like that one too, Dollar General. All right, Dollar General. All right, so this is the first day, ugly looking candle, if you will. If this comes back to the 21-day, keep an eye on it. All right, retail stocks generally are having a little bit of a consolidation. You can see all of these. Here's Nordstrom, Target, same thing. Looks like retail is seeing some consolidation. Costco, been very strong. Okay, so Costco holding up the best, but most of the retailers taking a breather. Look at Five Below, how much this ran this week. Taking a breather. So retail's taking a breather. So is Walmart. Walmart, really interested in Walmart if we can get down to 146, 147 and form a base here. Okay, so consolidation, breakout. Looking for the next consolidation for an entry. I'm not interested in chasing. Here goes SPY. Looks like it's going to keep going. SPY. Okay, Apple.
TSLA, Tesla is seeing some heavier call activity coming now.
Tesla.
Weekly 720 call sweep.
Tesla looking strong here. Watch Tesla, folks. Tesla. For you Tesla traders. Tesla. TSLA. Let me get that up on the screen. Tesla. Tesla showing up. Call sweeps on Tesla. All right, there goes Tesla. Popping. All right, good, good. All right, so Tesla, we're looking for it to break out of that range above 725. Tesla. Tesla call sweeps. Tesla next stop. Yeah, Tesla looks good. Tesla's on the move. All right, SPY continuation. Looks good. SPY continuation. All right, Tesla looking good. Okay, Array starting to move. SPY breaking out. Nice job there, folks, if you took SPY this morning. Snowflake taking off. Snowflakes is gone. Snowflake gone. Snowflake takes them off into strength if you're day trading. I think in ABCD patterns hasn't formed A yet. Looking for A, Snowflake continuation. Look at it pull away from VWAP. That looks good. Very strong day on Snowflake. Snowflake. Clover Health. Continuation. Clover. All right, it's at VWAP right now. Looking for a follow through on Clover. Array continues to push higher. Array. High relative volume. Okay, Clover Health. Clover is trading 11 times relative volume. Clover, CLOV, trading 11 times relative volume. Looking for this to get back up to the highs. SPY at the highs.
TSLA Tesla continue to see heavy call activity now. Heavy
Tesla.
option activity on Tesla, Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
All right, they keep saying that NIO is going to overtake Tesla in China. Maybe. But NIO's price action doesn't say it as much as Tesla does. Very bullish look to it. ARK K, 10% weighting in Tesla. ARK K, look for this to lift off the 50-day. That way we can breathe a little bit more easy. I don't like it sitting on the 50-day. I want to see it pop above 126, 127, and head for the highs. Snowflake up 1058. A little profit taking at the highs. Snowflake looks really good for the long term. For swings, looks good. Snowflake. All right, let's see. Snowflake. Let's see what earnings look like. It's got August earnings are in August 25th. Last time it reported in May 26th. Snowflake reported a miss. Loss of 39 cents. Estimate was for 16 cents. It doubled the loss that they were expecting, but Snowflake, that was on May 26th. All right, so here's May 26th right here. Didn't pull back very far on that earnings. So that's pretty indicative of institutions. Look at the next day after earnings. Look at the next day after earnings. Look at that big volume. Last earnings was a miss. I don't know. I don't think this is going to pull back. Just my guess, but looks like institutions are buying it. On the story, so far, maybe talking with management, they have a better idea.
Shares of Tesla now spiking to the high.
Tesla going. All right, Snowflake. All right, Tesla. I'll mark this up real quick. All right, so
Tesla weekly 720 call sweeps in Tesla 725, 730 now. Shares now hit 720.63 at the high. Tango Sandy Lima Alpha right now up about up about 1.75%, up $12.20 on TSLA Tesla.
there's May 26th right in there. May 26th. You see that? Last time they had earnings, they bought it, and it's rising. Okay, so it dipped for a day. Next day, they came in with volume.
12 o'clock. A report circulating recently said former content editor-in-chief of Dong J.D., major automobile publisher, China's Motor Trend, now joining Tesla China, responsible for new
Ooh, that's a huge development. You hear that?
tweet being
That's a huge deal there.
Tesla shares seeing again heavy fall activity.
That's a big deal, folks. That's a big deal.
Shares now trading near $722.
So management is doing what they should be doing, everything they can to get the Chinese government to work with them. That's a great sign on Tesla. I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Did you hear that news? That was pretty good. That's pretty good. Thursday. Okay, Tesla. Now that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. Okay, let's see. Let me read this a little bit more. All right, Tesla just ripping the cover off the ball here. There goes Tesla. All right, Tesla. All right, I'll get back to Tesla. Sorry, Tesla. You know what? Let me go to my Tesla chart. Tesla ST, Tesla. Tesla weekly. All right, so a few weeks ago I told you that I was looking for this cup to build out on the right side. Tesla, I'm looking for 900, 880 to 900. We'll probably scale out a little bit as we ease towards 852 to 880. But, you know, my kids have this in their portfolio. They have 10 shares each. So it's not a huge position, but, you know, looks really good. Look at that volume right there. Ooh, that looks good. That looks really good. Oh, yeah. You see that? See that pivot there, and these pivots here? Now you got volume coming in. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. On the breakout. Looks good. Looks really good. See that volume there? All right, so now we got that. We've got that. We got this little box here. Looking for the breakout now. Looking for the breakout. All right, so do we get it? Looking for the break. It looks like it. Looks like we got the breakout right there. Coming in. Incoming. Yes, it does. Looks really good. There's no volume over here. Volume, supply. All right, looks really good. Tesla. Yeah, this is going to be Sooner rather than later. Tesla. Tesla looking for the follow through. Hey, buddy, what's up?
Hello.
All right. Tesla looks really nice. Okay, Tesla Thursday. All right, Tesla looks good. Yep. So
BIDU, Baidu to bring new AI experience to life at Baidu World
that looks so pretty.
2021.
What a pretty pattern here, right? Pretty pattern.
That's
You
on
got
August
this
18th
Darvis
from
box
Bloomberg
breakout, pops
Unicorn.
out, consolidates. What is that? 9 trading days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 9 trading days. Now it's starting to break out. All right, so next levels looks like 726, 753, 780. These are levels that have to take out previous buyers that got stuck. Bag holders got stuck at these two levels, and right here on the gap up, there'll be a few there. Those are probably already traded out. So we'll see how quickly this trades through 720 to be able to tell. But for now, Tesla looks really good. SPY's trading at the highs. VIX trying to turn. Really nice on Tesla. Thank you, Tesla. Showing great management, right? Great management teams, do everything they can. In the case of selling cars in China, I believe he said the person that they hired for the China side of the team was a previous writer for one of the, I won't say communists, but one of the periodicals, magazines, or something that, I don't know. I'll have to watch for the news to come up here that Charlie was talking about. But that particular person resides in China. So imagine that they would have a little bit more influence or know the right people to talk to. So that's an important development. It shows that they're thinking very well. Same thing in Germany, that Gigafactory over by Brandenburg. There's some issues about that. The East German government, 8.1 million euros in a subsidy for the Gigafactory, I guess. The German media reported that the state of Brandenburg is allocating 8.1 million euros to pay for infrastructure costs related to Tesla's Gigafactory being built on the outskirts of Berlin. Tesla's founder Elon Musk met with state officials at the site this week. Love Germany. Beautiful country. Beautiful mountains. The Alps. Gorgeous. Anyone in the room ski Germany? The Alps, Austria, any of that area? Switzerland? There goes the S&P. Oh boy. There goes the S&P. So early sellers are having seller's remorse. The SPY calls having seller's remorse. uh, yeah, that bag holder level, Grover, important concept to always be aware of when you're looking at charts. That's what the candles tell you too. There's a lot of good things going on for Tesla right now. All right, so SPY having a little seller's remorse there, maybe taking those calls off too soon. All right, but man, these dips keep getting bought. It's through 444. That was the top target that I was looking at for the day. We took out the pre-market highs that we saw at 630 futures. Market internals are still not 100%. Tick cumulative fast signal just turned up through the signal line. Tick Q. Now we need to see up volume. Now we need to see up volume pickup. All right, so internals looking better. All right, market internals looking better. All right, so Tesla looks like a little profit taking at the highs. I'm not surprised.
TKC Turkcell resumes trading now following the
All right, SPY.
report. Tango Kilo Charlie Turkcell
Wow, look at SPY.
shares at $4.50.
Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I'm really upset that I sold too soon. Sold too soon.
On Tango Kilo Charlie.
I'm being kind of sarcastic. All right.
DAX Baxter Healthcare. FDA says Baxter Healthcare recalls Dose IQ software version 9.0.x used with Spectrum IQ infusion pumps. Says software version defect may improperly configure drug and fluid delivery. That's Bravo Alpha X-ray.
All right, Snowflake looks like it wants to keep going. Chewy is moving higher. Chewy. Apple, it looks like a B pivot. Looks like a B pivot on Apple. Nvidia's up 2. It did pop through the highs and came back testing it right now. Tesla's up 11, $10.78, $10.80, jumping around here. IBB trying to push higher. Wow, look at SPY. Oh boy, SPY. What are you going to do when they come for you? Bad boys. All right, SPY's still going. All right, a lot of stocks will go with the indices. VIX is about to drop off again here. VIX is about to drop off again. All right, Q's just below the highs of the day. What's IWM doing? All right, IWM finally, a better entry on IWM on the dip. IWM on the dip, giving a better entry. All right, still like the SPY the best, S&P. So the bank stocks most likely are continuing with the bid. All right, BABA. I don't know that BABA's going to do much today. Array, ARC, AMD's off $1.30. All right, no follow through on AMD. Netflix, no follow through. Roku up $3 after being down $3. Snowflake up 10. Tesla's up 10. All right, so sectors. Let's look at the sectors. We've got about 45% red, 45% green, 55%. Nah, it just shifted. Still seeing about 75% red, 25% green. Green sectors, no surprise. We see financials picking up the slack. Real estate, biotechs, healthcare. All right, those look good. Tesla. Okay, looking for Tesla to blast higher. IBB up $1, trying to take off now. Watch the big cap biotech names. What is Amgen doing? Amgen's been slacking. If Amgen could get a turn, still moving lower. Amgen. What about Biogen? Biogen was right at the 50-day. IBM, not a biotech. Just watching the 50-day. All right, that looks okay. Illumina, ILMN. Illumina. That's okay. Looks good. Regeneron and Repligen, those are okay. RGEN, Repligen, all right, nice flag, Repligen. Gilead flagging at the highs. Okay, those all look good. Novavax hanging out. Okay, so those look good. Tesla, looking for these bag holders that are still stuck here. There'll be a few people left, but once this gets through 728, let's say 730. Once it gets through 730, we should see 750 pretty quick, and then 780. Shorts will probably throw in the towel, reset their shorts up here somewhere around 780 if they're determined. Tesla is a 10% weighting of ARK-K, so we want to see ARK-K moving higher. That'll go with Tesla and others like Zoom. Zoom is a pretty big weighting in ARK-K as well. Looking for a bounce there. Teladoc is in ARK-K, right? I believe DocuSign is too, right? DocuSign. All right, so SPY. All right, so we just got some sellers up there at SPY at the high of the day. All right, so we hit the high of the day. We overshot it a little bit, overshot the runway, but certainly looks very bullish. Now let's go take a look at our favorite chart that we've been watching for the last couple of weeks. S&P Equal Weight Index. All right, we got growth. Look at growth. Pulls back to the 21 day. That's exactly what you want to see. Gets a little extended, consolidates, pops a little bit, consolidates. Now we're looking for the breakout in growth names. And you know what? Cyclicals don't look that bad. Cyclicals don't look bad. Materials started off the week very strong. Most of these pulling back below the 50-day, now back above the 50-day. All right, let's look at Freeport. You know what? Let me look at this real quick before I do it. Shift gears. S&P Equal Weight Index, I told you it was breaking out 2 weeks ago. There goes the number of stocks above the 50-day at 67% above. This was 67% below on this dip on July 19th, last time we tested the 50-day. On the S&P, that was July 19th. Okay, July 19th, right there. That's when we saw 67% of stocks were below the 50-day. That shifted to 67% positive. What does that tell me? On this dip, institutions were buying. Now, that might make sense. Probably does. But there's other significance, like what stocks exactly have been moving back above the 50-day. Well, Caterpillar was one. What's happening right now with Caterpillar? We got buyers coming in. What happened with Nucor Steel? Nucor Steel recently was below the 50-day. That's some of those stocks since July 19th that got bought. Look at July 19th. They were buying steel stocks, infrastructure. So we're three weeks into this move. Is it over? I doubt it, but most likely it'll flag right now. Cleveland Cliff, looking for that to flag back to the 90 MA. Next step is probably higher. Okay, materials, looking for Freeport also, Freeport McMoran. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day. That looks good. Materials, XLB. Mining, XME. Speaking of mining, what's gold stocks doing? Gold. All right, gold is trying to catch a bid down here at these lows that we saw back in March, double bottom. You know, these are lower lows, lower highs. So this is a wedge down on gold. All right, so wedge down. These generally break to the upside eventually. No guarantees, but that's what it looks like to me. Okay, so we're just now coming off of this low. And if we enable Bollinger Bands, we probably see a little bit more information. All right, Bollinger Bands. All right, so you see the Bollinger Bands outside the lower Bollinger Bands 3 days. Generally, that's a good reversal signal. 3 to 4 days below, and then when it moves back inside, okay, you also got a 200 days fairly flat. So whenever you have a 200-day flat, this is a strategy. Whenever the 200-day is flat, since Bollinger Bands contain over 96% of price action, standard deviation 2, we look for change when the 200-day is flat. We look for moves off the lower band back to the upper band. Eventually comes back to the lower band, back to the upper band. Right now, we're outside with a buy signal on gold, looking for a follow through. It's a little early, could still fail in this descending pattern, but the strategy goes that we're looking for a move back to the upper Bollinger Band. So that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that it could move back at least to the 21-day before getting rejected. Something to think about. Just wanted to point it out while I was looking at it. All right, well, what's breadth doing? Breadth had been improving this week. Let's see what NYMO looks like. NYMO is at 7 plus 780, 785. NYMO's been improving. So we want to see more new highs than new lows, and we want to see more advancing than declining stocks. Let's look at it. I don't want an opinion to trade off of. I want what's actually happened. We've got 47 more new highs on the New York Stock Exchange, 2,700 stocks, broad measure market participation. You've got higher highs and higher lows on the number of advancers versus decliners. All right, today, right now, we've got a little bit of a pullback, so that needs to improve. Tick cumulative intraday on the 60-minute is crossing back above its signal line, a fast signal back through the signal line, so that is going to stay bullish. Down volume is still outpacing up volume, so that's a caveat, but that could improve by the end of the day. So we're going to keep an eye on the stocks with these things in mind. We've got, similar to the S&P Equal Weight Index, that had created a 14-week range. The NYSE also breaking out of that range. Seeing the follow-through. Today we got a blue stick. We've had green sticks, looking for a follow-through. All right, one more thing to check is the XII, ARC Institutional Index. This is what institutions have in their core portfolios, 75 stocks. Very important to see what they're doing. They're buying today. See that green elder stick? Upward sloping wedge. We're above the upper Bollinger Band, the upper half of the Bollinger Band. So that's generally considered lots of buying when that happens. Okay, CCI, stochastic RSI turning. We look for the momentum to shift. These 75 stocks, most of you know all these stocks. These are pretty well-known names that make up these core portfolios. If institutions are buying, I want to be buying. If they're selling, I see these red sticks. I want to get cautious. When they start to fall off 3 or 4 in a row, I'm very cautious, maybe bearish at that point. Still in an uptrend. The 200-day, the 50-day is still rising. Generally, the markets look pretty good. I don't see any reason to get really too cautious just yet. Still, we want to focus on the sectors that are working right now. Sectors that are working are like XLK. Tech is working, bouncing off the 9 EMA 21 day. Other sectors, biotechs, IBB, recent pullback. I told you that on any pullback, we sold up here, any pullback would be looking to get long. Look for the stocks in the sector to be looking bullish. They do for now, but it's still early. Could still see some more downside. Could still see the 50-day. I'd be interested in adding more to a position, scaling in here at 168. That's only 4 points lower. I'm not that really worried about it. RSI is above 50. The trend is up. 9, 21, and 50-day are sloping higher. Volume has been pretty good. Just one sector, but that looks good. What else? Real estate, IYR. IYR seeing a bid. People still buying this inflation protection. All right, so let's look at real estate real quick. Real estate sector. All right, real estate. Let's see what's going on here. All right. CCI. All right, those don't look that great. Let's look at REITs. REITs might look different. REITs. All right, REITs, we've got a lot more of these. Public storage, bouncing back above the 21-day. The value area is the 21-day, the center of the bands. When you're buying below, a little bit more risky, but you're buying at a discount. When you're buying above, you're buying at something of a premium. So we're not too far off. We're only 4 points above the value area, the 21-day. Some people use the 20. I use the 21. Scott Redlew used the 21. Carter uses the 21. HCPG uses the 21. I think. He might use the 20 actually. SPY's about to break out again. I use the 21. But you can see it's moving above. Public storage. All right, so what just happened? American Tower just popped up. American Tower looks good. I know you trade this one from time to time, Rob. American Tower. All right, I know Rob likes these little reversals below the 21-day and a push back above. American Tower. 5G is going to get a lot. They're going to get a lot of business with 5G. Has been picking up. ISRG. Intuitive Surgical. What's the INSG? That's Inseego. This is a 5G company. They make those little RF chips that go into phones. All right, this is still meandering. All right, nothing to see there. All right, let's see what else is working. CRISPR. All right, you're looking at CRISPR, CRSP. SPY at the highs. CRISPR. Look for it to hold. This is a pretty good value area here. You got the 21-day, you got the 50-day, you got the 9 EMA, you got the 200-day. What do you think the odds of that? If it does drop below those moving averages, that's significant. I would think that it's going to hold like it did the last 2 days, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is CRISPR, genetics, biotechs. All right, that looks good. All right, so what the FANG stocks look like? Apple looks like a B pivot. Apple B pivot. All right, so Apple's got a B pivot. So B pivot's usually followed by a higher low. C pivot. Lots and lots of volume today, so that's comforting. Look at all this volume. Calls as well. The 150 call for Friday on the 20th. Not tomorrow, but Friday the 20th. See a lot of volume on Apple. Looking for that to follow through. All right, Apple, looking for the follow through. Qs, IWM. IWM looks good for the dip buy. You're not buying the highs. Qs are creating a B pivot right now, so we're looking for this pattern We're looking for this pattern among stocks at the moment. This B pivot usually happens. B pivots usually happen after. Oh, it's 12:30 already. Didn't realize. 12:30. Looking for a follow through. Did John or Pete mention anything about Apple? Let's see if you guys ponytail on airlines. Okay, good. Ponytail pump on airlines. All right, let me tune in. Let me tune in to these guys. Okay, Apple's starting to go.
SEAH Sports Entertainment, October.
Yeah, and I just looked. I sold it June 29th through July 2nd, so over that period I had sold it. Look, I bought it as a trade. It's a commodity stock. These are trades. To me, this is Coke and Pepsi. And the bull argument is that, no, there are only 3 players now. They're all rational pricers.
Big move
So
on Micron.
you got to own this thing. It's going to 100. It never gets there. These things always look cheap. I don't know that I'll get back in. I've got enough semi-exposure the other way, with what I mentioned before, Skyworks, Corvo. I'd rather buy Qualcomm on dips. They're much less commodity. There's much more intelligence. I don't really mean that. Much more technology that goes into their chips, and they get designed in.
SPY
so you can't switch
continues higher.
what you're using one for the other. So a Hynix for a Micron. You've got to stick with like the Skyworks.
Chewy breaking out.
Design for the last 5 years. So I'm not rushing to get in. If it goes low enough, yeah, I think it'll be a trade. But I think it's a good call by Morgan Stanley. I've been watching pricing. It's a gutsy call. Pricing's been going up, but capacity is coming on, and that's what they're talking about.
All right, now,
so maybe overdone actually a little here.
more broadly, Jenny, you still own Intel and you own Applied Materials, and those are the 2 ways you're playing the chip space, and that's it, correct?
That's it. And interestingly, though, we did sell Seagate a few months ago, which is looking like a pretty good, pretty well-timed call. That, too, just saying, like, hey, that side of memory had gotten a little peaked out, and recognizing that
SPY at the highs. Looking for an A pivot on SPY here.
Yeah, so the Intel and the AMAT, totally opposite investment returns on those two. But both are important parts of the portfolio. Intel just chugging along. One day, I know I get made fun of this for this, but like one day I'm sure that we will get the nice return we need out of it. And then AMAT for that exponential growth, where you don't need to make a bet on the semi-cycle. You just know that there's increased demand for equipment. So it really covers the whole space.
We're coming up on the 10th anniversary of the halftime report, so one day, whatever that time frame is, Jenny, I'm still doing the show and you're still on it. And we can have that conversation whenever
before
one day,
September
whenever one day is. Remind me when that day happens. We'll be
What?
sure to note it.
I'll be very loud about it.
I'm sure you will. Lastly, Josh Brown, NVIDIA. Looking at it here, it's $10 off its high, and that I think got another positive call today. What else is new?
Yeah, this has been the best stock in the world, I guess. Probably, I don't know. To call it a chip stock, I think, is to really miss the point. They own the programming language that's going to power the AI revolution. I can't overstate how important this is as a platform company. This is not just stamping microchips and sending them out. You're going to see the Fortune 500 basically spend the next decade automating as many of their processes and procedures as they can, and this is going to be the company that enables that activity. So obviously a lot of that is being priced in already. It's not a cheap stock, but it never has been a cheap stock, and continues to work and find new ways to impress the street. So hopefully that continues. I'm long. I'm not going anywhere.
All right, we will keep our eyes on that one too.
Yeah, NVIDIA. I like it. There goes SPY breaking out again.
Double-digit revenue growth and triple-digit subscriber growth. So what's going on? It's a stock that Josh Brown recently bought into. The company's CEO joins us next to give the outlook. We'll be right back.
SPY still going.
Another sign of big oil trying to get in on clean hydrogen.
Still a small part of the overall business, but Shell is investing in at least one $23 million project this year, supported by the European Union, and BP several $million in hydrogen projects.
Okay, whatever. Whatever. All right, Tesla. Nice move on Tesla today. Good news. All right, Canada investing in Tesla's satellite, Telesat. Telesat. Telesat took a major step towards financing its low Earth orbit satellite constellation, aiming to provide high-speed broadband after Canada on Thursday said it would invest 1.4 billion Canadian in the project. Canada said it will loan Telesat, an Ottawa-based satellite communications firm, $790 million. All right, so let's see. So let's see. So blah, 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 talking about satellites and communications in space. All right, so some of the Canada's Public Sector Pension Investment Board are the main shareholders. Tesla rivals, including billionaire chief Elon Musk, who is putting the so-called Starlink low Earth orbit into orbit with his company, SpaceX. All right, so that's interesting. That's tied to Tesla. So again, these good management teams expand their market reach while still staying in their orbit, so to speak, no pun intended. But expanding market share, Tesla. I think anyone getting bearish against Tesla, while this could pull back, who knows? Maybe the markets sell off, Maybe the markets sell off. They don't show any signs of doing that, but I could see that pull Tesla back. As far as being right on a short with Tesla, the problem is, over here was fine for being short Tesla, and over here, until we got back above the 921 and 50 day. Now this is mostly buying on the dips. The 921, 50, and 200 day are all upward sloping and to the right. That's pretty obvious bullish activity. Will we continue higher every single day? No. A lot of times we'll go through consolidation. That's what we're doing right here. Once we get through this 726 level, 727, then we can start looking at some of these other pivots. If you look at if you zoom out, you can see what I'm thinking. We're going to pull back. We're going to start building the right side of this cup. There goes SPY. 880 is my target. My kids have shares, 10 shares each. Going to stay with Tesla.
Josh Brown bought the stock of Matterport back in late July. That software company specializes in making 3D copies of physical spaces like offices, homes, and schools, and counts many Fortune 500 companies.
Let's pull back.
CEO RJ Pittman joins us now. It's good to see you. Welcome to the show. Great to be here.
A little pullback.
Stock today? I mentioned all these metrics. You beat on all these different metrics, and yet the stock's getting clobbered. What's up?
Clobbered.
I think we're a new company.
It's down 7%.
NASDAQ. We started trading on July 23rd. I think there's a lot of excitement around Matterport in this gigantic category, and quite frankly, people are getting to know us, getting to know this.
This is clobbered to Wapner.
And I think things are going to settle into a pretty exciting future for us. Before I turn it over to somebody who knows you well, and that's one of your investors, Josh Brown, let me just ask you, just so people understand what we're talking about here, you're basically the software behind like a 3D tour that you would get on a real estate site where you're checking out a house or an office or something of that respect. Is that right? Well, let's just take a half step back. Yes, in short, that's part of what we do. But let's also remember that we're at the start of the biggest transformation in the history of the global real estate and property industry. And Matterport plays far beyond homes and, open houses. We're driving $230 trillion asset class, 3 times the sum total of all listed securities in the world. And it has never been disrupted by technology until now. And Matterport's spatial data, which is the output from creating these great digital twins, is what's leading this digital transformation.
Gotcha. Now let me turn it over to the aforementioned Josh Brown. Cheers, Josh.
Hey, RJ, congratulations on your first quarter as a public company. I wanted to just get your take on this because I think it's a really important story. Mark Andreessen talks about this being the fourth industrial revolution. So the first one was steam, the second was electricity and mass manufacturing, the third one was, of course, information technology, and now this fourth industrial revolution is the seamless marriage between the digital world that we've built and the physical world, and having those things almost have like no barrier between them. And I feel as though your company, among others, are at the forefront of that movement. So a company like Starbucks, they've got all this physical space, all these stores. You guys can give them data. How many ovens? What, like how many square feet are we talking about? And they can make more intelligent decisions as a company around that spatial data, their physical locations in a digitized format. Can you talk about why that's so important and why the total addressable market might be so large?
I mean, we're at the dawn of, a very big new era for this real property market, and Starbucks is a great example. Let's just make a couple of quick, comparisons here. We're talking about a
Chewy's
digital
still going.
transformation of, the biggest asset class in the world. We've seen a lot of industries, big industries, disrupted by digital
Chewy's still going.
Google digitized information, completely changed an industry. PayPal digitizing money and currency, completely
Chewy trading at the high of the day.
Even Netflix digitized broadcast content into, streaming is a commonplace today, completely transformative. The real estate category is bigger than all of them. And in the case of Starbucks, we solve a really big problem here. 35,000 locations worldwide. It becomes physically impossible to manage all of that real estate and all of that incredible value, from a keyboard or from your smartphone. But Matterport digitizes every aspect of those physical properties and allows anybody, from the palm of your hand to the smartphone in your hand, the ability to manage those properties and get incredible operating efficiencies out of these that has never been available to them before. And this is transcending all categories, from commercial real estate, residential real estate, the insurance and mortgage industry, because what Matterport is creating is a digital blueprint for the future of all property. This is the digital system of record that I think the industry has been waiting for.
Freeport, McMoran, starting to push above VWAP again. I like Freeport now that it's dipped back to, into this price action. I'm looking for it to catapult above 40. Freeport.
Airbnb, Hyatt Hotels, LinkedIn, among others. You did go public via a SPAC. What did that do in terms of changing the timeline, in terms of when you would have gone public, and by the method that you were thinking of, if in fact you were?
Yeah, look, when these opportunities came in front of us a year ago, Matterport was and has been in a great position for a long time. Look, we're 10 years.
Gilead trying to get a move on here. Gilead.
We've been cash flow positive from operations several quarters in a row. We frankly didn't need to raise capital. This was very much an opportunistic and strategic decision for us, to raise the kind of capital and put the resources behind a proven business model.
All right, seeing a lot of B pivots right now.
Not just in North America, but we're also a global business going after all 4 billion buildings in the world. We have a huge market lead. We created this category. We're the long-standing market leader, and this is now an execution and scale story. And I brought in, all of my colleagues from Google and Apple and LinkedIn and Salesforce, all the big scale leaders.
BRKB, big move in BRKB here.
To build the next big platform in tech.
All right, we'll continue to follow it. Congrats. Wish you well, and we'll talk to you again soon. RJ Pittman, thanks for joining us. Up next,
BRKB, big dip buy here.
After the bell tonight, shares down 5% in the last 6 months. Negative on the year now. Our experts take their positions ahead of that. We'll do it next.
All right, we're long day 3 on Berkshire. Berkshire's seeing the dip getting bought here. All right, so the dip's getting bought. There they are. They're showing up. Are they going to push this up towards 292, 293? All right, we got $2 to go, $1.30 to go to get there. Volume shows institutions have been the ones picking up shares. By the end of the day, we close positive. This will be yet another green bullish volume bar. So that looks good. Okay, let's look at Cleveland Cliff. Okay, buyers stepping up. All right, that looks good. Cleveland Cliff. Buyers stepping up on Cleveland. Okay, that looks good. Nucor. I want to see all of the steel there. Okay, Nucor looks good. Steel Dynamics. That looks good. U.S. Steel. Looking better. U.S. Steel kind of looks like Cleveland Cliffs, that wick or hanging man candle, with buyers stepping up at the 9 EMA, making their presence known. Okay, Timken and Ternium Steel. Ternium Steel. What a hell of a move. When we saw this move back above the 9 and 21 day, right here at 36. 20 points later. Look at all this volume. Timken Steel, TMST. All right, all these stocks look good. Vale, not so much. Vulcan Materials, VMC, another one. If you like Freeport, looking for a little dip here, but Freeport looking good. Freeport's closer to the 21 day and the 50 day, so buyers stepping up, looks good on Freeport. All right, this should continue higher. Notice the volume by price support just below this area. Very major punctuation here. You can see this, how it sticks out above 37. All right, so we're right at that level. So this is probably going to push off. Freeport looks good for the dip buy. Freeport looks good. All right, so that BWAP looks like it's going to continue higher. All right, maybe add a little bit more. The 38 call, what are those going for? The 38s are going for $1.59 by $1.63. The 40s are going for $1.25.
After the bell, down about 4% in a month. Jenny, you own it. Doc, you are long Disney calls going into the print. So, Dr. J, I start with you.
All right, Scott. Well, this is like that movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, except they shrunk the vol, meaning the volatility. It has been coming down fast, Scott. For instance, in February quarter, it was around 40. It fell to 30 for the next earnings cycle, and it's lower than that now. Just this week, the straddle has already shrunk by better than $1, which means that people are not really thinking that Disney's going to make much of a move. Me being a contrarian, I think perhaps they're pricing it too cheaply, and so I think that they might actually have some positives to say. So I'm comfortable holding those calls. We'll see whether or not they go to toast tomorrow, Scott, but I think this one could zoom to the upside.
All right, Jenny, now what are your thoughts here, right? A great run and then a bit of a stall. Obviously, the Delta variant's on a lot of people's minds. But Daniel Loeb, hang on. Coming to you just a second. Just one finish. Daniel Loeb of Third Point, in his most recent investor letter, okay, and he has made the argument from the get-go of their investment that Disney needed to go all in. Those are my words, not his, on Disney Plus and streaming. And he takes it a step further in his most recent letter, and I want your reaction to it. He says his basic gist is they need to do even more than what they've done if they want to continue to see the share price escalate and the company really reach the potential that it can. He says, we continue to believe that the best way to capitalize on this strength to maximize future earnings potential globally is by providing an all-you-can-eat direct-to-consumer offering on a single platform under the Disney Plus brand, where all theatrical content is available
Talking Disney.
date with no additional fee to subscribers. He's talking about things like sports and general entertainment and blockbuster feature movies, all under one all-you-can-eat thing. Is that strategy the right way for Disney to go?
I don't know. I'm not the CEO.
That's exactly what I was going to say. How the hell am I supposed to know, Scott? I'm not management.
Than I did. So he's telling them, here's what I think. I'm going to tell you, Dan's smart. He may very well be right. From my perspective as an investor, here's what I think. Management probably knows what's best. Bob Chapek is really smart. I'm going to trust him to do what's right. And so what I'm looking at is...
Come on now. Come on. Is he doing enough? Are you satisfied?
Stop being so obnoxious. Damn.
Are you satisfied as an investor?
Because 100%. I bought it 1 year ago. Stock's up 50%, and we're continuing to hold it because we think that there's significant upside to come. But I don't know what's going to happen on this earnings call. I think the Delta variant is throwing a wrench into things. I'm not quite as positive as John. Hopefully he's right. If he's not, that doesn't affect my opinion. Because when we bought it last summer, our thesis was, and this remains intact, they will probably easily be able to get to $10 of earnings. If that's pushed back a little bit because of the Delta variant spiking up more, and that happens in 2023 instead of 2022 like we originally expected, fine. Then I still have tremendous upside. This is a terrific company, and I trust the management to do it right. I suspect that, and all credit to Dan, but I suspect
Chewy is up $3.50. Continues to push higher. Chewy.
Dan Loeb does. But he's smart. He might be giving them good advice. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Comfortable with my holding.
Up next, John Najarian has his latest trades and unusual activity. We're back in just 2 minutes.
All right, Ethereum still pulling back a bit, so looking for a better entry in Ethereum. On the pullbacks. All right, so Novio, B pivot, Eli Lilly looking for a bounce.
ESLA, Tesla, seeing more full activity now. The January 2023 $1,000 call. Tesla, TSLA. Tesla getting a top here again. 718, $718.43 on Tesla.
Tesla again. Tesla again. Tesla again. Tesla turning again. Tesla more. Tesla looks good. More sweepers coming in. SPY at the high of the day. Persistent today. SPY, VIX. VIX trying to bounce. Starting to turn over a little bit. Looking for Apple to take out the high of the day. Apple's been very active. Hopefully we'll get John to mention Apple's calls today. Apple, lots of calls trading today for next Friday, the 20th. Not tomorrow, but next Friday. We got 95,000 contracts trading at the 150. All right. I think they want at least a little bit more out of this one.
Once more, Bob Chapek, Disney CEO, Mad Money, Jim Cramer tonight, 6 p.m. It's an exclusive. Don't miss it on the back of earnings. Unusual activity, Doc. What do you got for us?
Scott, I'm going to start with IAA. This is basically scrap automobiles and so forth. They're buying the November double nickel, 55 calls. They bought 15,000. That's 1.5 million share equivalent with the stock under 53. I like it. Probably be in that trade 2 months. Second one, ASHR. This one's a January trade, Scott. They're buying the 36 puts with the stock at about 38.5. I like this one as well. Probably be in it about 2 months. A lot of these Chinese stocks have been under pressure. This Chinese ETF, I figure, is the same.
Appreciate it, Doc. Thanks. Final trades are next.
Huge surge in the number of contracts on Apple. All right. Let's see. Apple. Yep. All right, we've added about 25,000 contracts on Apple. Since first reporting Apple, we had about 75,000. Now we've got almost 100,000 contracts trading at the 150 strike for August 20th. That's been building all day. So these people are already making money. So don't chase it up here at the highs, but these dips down to VWAP are getting bought. SPY at the highs. Apple. You got a B pivot here. Looking for maybe a little dip and then boom. Breakout. Doesn't have to pull back. Can just keep going. Apple. Pretty decent news cycle for Tesla. Positive news cycle for Tesla. All right, Apple, no follow through yet. Watching. All right, we could pull back a little bit more. I'm looking for that C pivot. Volume has been pretty good today. Volume's been pretty good. Chewy doing well. It's up $3.46 on the day. Chewy at the highs. That's a good one, Rob. You still in that one? From earlier in the week? Yep. Chewy looks like it wants to keep going right here, right now. Look at Chewy. Chewy looks like it wants to sneak Sally through the alley right now. There goes Chewy. Starting to push the highs. Here's Chewy. All right, what's Disney doing? Disney? Get any follow through on Disney? Can we get through 179? Disney? Do they have earnings tomorrow? Is that what they were alluding to? Disney? Disney. Disney, August 12th. All right, so tonight, earnings tonight for Disney? What if they blow it out? That'd be kind of cool. All right, last earnings report for Disney. Revenue fell 13%. All right, so we want to see that change to a positive.
Let's do a flash trade.
Excuse me.
You are up first.
It's 1 o'clock.
Wait, Fiserv. Quality, quality, quality. 18 times multiple, double-digit earnings growth ahead.
Okay, Josh Brown.
Getting a pump here, attending pump here.
Google, still the best looking large cap tech name.
The Dr. J.
Groupon.
I really like Groupon. A lot of call activity today, and I bought it.
And my new nickname for Weiss, the Friendly Foil. Do you like that better?
Heavy volume now.
The friendly. I like them all. Bring it on. Hey, look, Porsche usually trades at a 1-to-1 correlation with Volkswagen. It's been lagging for the last couple of months.
Yeah.
It will catch up. Volkswagen is going high.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, everybody.
Cleveland Cliffs still pushing higher. Cleveland Cliffs looking for a follow through.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead on the exchange. The great unemployment debate. Some states ended the extra $300.
It's an unemployment debate to you. Everybody else expects that things will probably get worse before it gets better. The JOLTS jobs opening number was higher than they anticipated. So a lot of people still not taking jobs. I don't know how they're going to manage this. You know, some people want to go to work, but, you know, the Delta variant, the financial media, the media is scaring the crap out of everybody. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to catch the Delta variant. You know, I got kids, you know, how do I get paid for all this? There's just so many juggling, so many balls up in the air that people, I don't know, I just don't see things normalizing for a while. Markets anticipating that there's not going to be any normalization anytime soon, but yet reflected in the fact that it's already figured in. What's the equal weight index saying without having the top 10 growth stocks in here? Number 9 is JP Morgan, number 10 is Johnson & Johnson. These 10 make up the top 25% weight of the S&P 500. So 25% of the weight is these 10 stocks. So if you remove that weight, you can see that we've broken out. So that's not my opinion. That's what's happening. I mean, some people could say, well, that's a subjective opinion, Vinny. It's subjective that this is breaking out? Really? The moving averages are moving away from each other up and to the right like they were over here? Beginning stages, yeah, it can not get knocked down this time of year for seasonality, but number of stocks trading above their 50-day continues to rise. That's not my opinion. That's what's happening. So, you know, while we can make higher highs and higher lows, and occasionally we pull back, you can see the S&P looks nothing like this when you take the weight of all those stocks. Now it's looking a little better, but we've been having these very tight range days. 4450 is a major level, then 4500, 4500. Okay, let me show you a chart if I can. All right, so I'm going to go to the S&P 5-minute chart while I'm looking for this chart to show you. All right, let me go to the S&P 500 5-minute chart. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit right now. S&P. All right, so S&P is pulling back a little bit. All right, so I'm looking for a higher low, maybe to buy some more calls on a dip. All depends on VIX. Maybe it's better to watch VIX. Maybe it's better to watch VIX here. Okay, because VIX will be rising a little bit off the lows. So watch VIX here. So when VIX gets this low, it's kind of hard. Signals are a little bit more muted, but if this starts to charge higher, I would expect to see SPY pull back a little bit more dramatically. Right now, I'm just looking for a higher low. So I'm looking for this range to kind of hold right in here. If it breaks out above this level, starts charging to this pivot, or this pivot, this gap over here, then the SPY is probably going to come back in a lot more. Capiche? All right, so let me find a chart that I'm looking for here for you. maybe if I do this, I'll go to Slack and download it, and then I'll upload it on this machine. All right, in the gamma channel, you can see today's spot gamma, SPX gamma. Today is the 12th. Dropbox. Let me put that in Dropbox. Now I can go here and upload this. Let's see. Important to know. All right, add an overlay. Dropbox. All right, so okay, so this is what I'm looking at here. All right, so knowing where the levels are overhead, you can see that we've got 4450 overhead. You can see those two big bars in between those two rectangles. Okay, that's the area that we're at right now. S&P is at 44. The highs overhead. Okay, we hit 4453, so you'd expect to see resistance right here at 4450, right? Right there at the bottom. The levels below the horizontal here, the zero line, that's puts, and these are calls. So there's more call heavy activity overhead. But we do have good put structure and structure below in terms of options below us, so that's good support below. But we're right at resistance right now at 44.50. You can see we got rejected just a little bit overhead, 44.53. So maybe a pullback, a little bit more. It all depends on VIX at this point. So what I'm getting at is you're probably not going to see anything over the next 15, 20 minutes. Maybe take a little lunch break. Just keep an eye on VIX down here, and we will too. All right, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me just go pop something in the oven for lunch, and I shall return. Ciao. All right, you can see the levels I'm looking at on VIX. If it starts to break above these pivots, then we're going to have to see more pressure on SPY. We're looking for a dip to buy anyway, so take a break for a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm here. I'm just eating lunch out of earshot. All right, VIX getting rejected. VIX getting rejected here. As you can see here, SPY starting to move higher. Watching how this reacts. If it moves lower, takes out the low of the day, then we might get a follow through in SPY. Apple. Apple trying to put in a C pivot. Apple trying to put in a C pivot right here. All right, VIX still looking fairly strong as far as a bid down here. No breakdown just yet. You can see this drop dissipated, moving sideways now. SPY still in the range at the highs.
Getting a pop here to the highs now. Papa Bravo Tango Sandy, $2.27 on PBTS. Shares of China education stocks dropping here.
All right, BABA is starting to roll over too. Chinese education stocks starting to see some weakness from what I'm hearing Charlie say. TAL. TAL, big drop off here. Watch BABA and other Chinese stocks. All right, let's look at Baidu and BABA. BABA looks like it's rolling over. It's still a flat VWAP, so it could hold near the lows of the session. Baidu, let's see what Baidu looks like. Baidu, also flat. EDU, another Chinese education stock. Getting hit a little bit there. Watching VIX. At the moment, VIX. Watch BABA here. There's a $9 million trade on BABA. BABA. Nice. Nice play. Nice place. All right, spying the Qs, pushing a bit higher. Qs are starting to turn.
President Biden says having children wear masks is not about politics, it's about keeping kids safe.
Chewy trying to push a bit higher. Boeing pulling back a bit. Freeport McMoran. Tesla. Maybe we'll get some more news out of Tesla in the next couple of days. Very interested in this VIX at the moment, at the lows. All right, Qs are starting to break this little descending channel pattern. Qs have a little descending channel on the 5-minute. Look like they're ready to break. Back to the upside. Watch RSI. Keep an eye on VIX. VIX looking for that to roll over. If we do get this to roll over, we'll see it more follow through, looks like. All right, what's ETHE doing? ETHE. Ethereum, ETHE. Looks like some buyers coming in. ETHE, buyers at the low of the day, looking for it to push back up towards 32. Coinbase was off over 20. Okay, Coinbase pulling back, looking for a bounce. Coinbase, pull back the breakout, 261. IBB, looking for a bounce. IBB, day one on a potential bounce there. Snap, $4.50 off of recent highs. Snap trading at 75.50. We were up there at 80. What was that, Tuesday? Disney looking for that to press higher. Disney. All right, Qs are starting to break out. Qs are breaking out. Yeah, I would agree, JJ. Too much headline risk. We've seen this before with China for different reasons. Different reasons. 10 years ago, when the Chinese stocks were just starting to get some move on, there was an issue with transparency and the numbers they were reporting. A lot of people got stuck. I remember a lot of those stocks. You had to be in and out quick.
BlackBerry March $17 call sweep on BlackBerry BB, Bravo Bravo.
Array Pharma, Array Technologies starting to move higher. Tesla up 935. Hopeful, creating a a B and C pivot right now. SPY and the Qs pushing higher. SPY and the Qs pushing higher. VIX, watching VIX here. VIX still at the bottom of this range. SPY at the top of the range. Tesla. Got a squeeze on Tesla. All right, let me grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back.
PBIG, Vinco Ventures, spiking to the high, $3.19. Bravo, Bravo, India Golf. STRT, Sport.com, August $8 call sweep. Sandy Papa Romeo Tango.
All right, stocks are starting to pick up a little bit of more of a bid as VIX is coming off the lows here. So keep an eye on it. All right, we could see a dip coming back up to the high. SPY coming back up to the high. Qs trying to cruise back up to the highs as well. All right, VIX still drifting a bit higher. So there's going to be some pressure on SPY. All right, Chewy still going. It's just off the high of the day today. Chewy. Clover, looking for that to run maybe later in the evening. It's almost 2 o'clock. Got 20 minutes to go. All right, VIX is pushing a bit higher. We're back up to the highs of the day here. Don't trust the SPY here for a breakout unless we just see it. All right, there goes the futures. Futures on the move. Futures on the move. Tick cumulative is still not giving us a green light. Tick cumulative internals are still not.
ADMP, Adamas Pharma, getting a pop here. Alpha Delta Michael Papa.
There go the cues. SPY's gone. Goodbye. They'll catch up now. The internals are not agreeing with SPY price action, but price overrules everything. So VIX starting to come back in now. All right. Got a little bit above that pivot. All right, SPY looking good here. SPY. SPY looks good. Breaking out. This is more than I anticipated for today. SPY is up. Actually, it's only 0.16%, so that's not that big a deal. All right, so we're pushing higher. Let's look at the S&P 500. 4450 was the high this morning. 4453, 4454. We're taking that out now. Okay, good. So we just overshot. Keep in mind, we can take out the highs, take out stops over there and reverse. So keep an eye on VIX very closely. All right, so we just took out the stops overhead. Just took out stops overhead. Do they reverse this now? Keep an eye on VIX. All right, they do this sometimes. They'll push it above the high or push it down below the low. Take out stops in either direction. Be a little cautious. See what they do next. Next 5-minute candle. So far, it looks like sellers up there at the high. Okay, you see it? You see that? So far they took out stops up here and they reversed it. So let's see what happens next. If we start trending above this level and new money comes in, then you got a good signal. Right now, you don't. It looks like stops getting taken out. You see that? Looks like stops so far. So far, it looks like stops getting taken out overhead. All right, so we need to see more bullish candles. We need futures to keep going. I don't see that yet. Internals are not agreeing, folks. Internals don't agree. They're 1.87 to 1 down volume. Down volume is leading, and tick cumulative is bearish at the moment. We don't have a follow-through yet. Don't have a follow-through signal, so be careful. All right. If we start building some bullish candles above this breakout zone, that's a different story. Right now, we don't have that. All right, so we're trying to push. Watch VIX. If VIX starts driving higher, we should see a verdict on SPY. Futures are doing the same thing. Took out the high. Now we're reversing a little bit. Berkshire Hathaway looks like a C pivot right now, a C pivot above VWAP. Berkshire. VIX is still grinding. CLF, Clover starting to move here. Watch Clover Health. CLF, Cleveland Cliffs. Can't get it out. Can't get the words out. Cleveland Cliff. Cleveland Cliff, higher high, VWAP. Watch Cleveland Cliff. All right, so we got the stops taken out so far. All right, so we've got the verdict so far. All right, so check out SPY and VIX. All right, here's SPY. We took out the highs and, all right, took out some stops up there. Now we're pulling back in. No follow through yet. No follow through yet. All right, VIX right in this area. All right, VIX is still driving a bit higher. All right, Alibaba's trying to hold on to VWAP.
Delta Kilo November Golf shares now spiking to the highs here, 54.36 on Delta Kilo November Golf.
IBB trying to build higher lows and now a higher high. Needs to get above 169, 169.50 really. Bullish above 169.50. Still building above VWAP. Tesla looking for the evening session, maybe to pick up more buyers. Tesla. Chewy at the highs. Chewy. All right, SPY, no follow through yet. Ralph Lauren. DraftKings. The other day, DraftKings, there was some chatter about DraftKings, and we saw price action pushing above the 50-day right in here. Now we're starting to see the follow through. Look at the volume in here. DraftKings looks like it could run. DraftKings 75, DKNG. $75, definitely doable, I would think, on DraftKings. Higher highs, higher lows. Breaking above all of the moving averages, volume. DraftKings looks good. All right, so watch SPY here and VIX. Watch the VIX here. If VIX does roll over back in this pattern, maybe it gives SPY a chance to break out above this 444.50, the high of the day, 444.50. Apple just tagged the high of the day again. We got a C pivot, B and C pivot, looking for a push higher now. So far, no push on Apple. Array at the high of the day, Array. Baba looks weak. Baba. We had a $9 million trade just before the close yesterday, noted by Buford. And a tweet out of Option Hawk. Baba with puts trading, $9 million worth of puts trading. Berkshire Hathaway building a higher low. Chewy looks like it's going to keep going. Cleveland Cliffs, a new high here in the evening session, a new high in the evening session. Still has a ways to go to get back up to the highs of the day, but it looks good on the daily. Coinbase making new lows, down 23 right now. Disney making new highs. Disney, continuation off of those observations that John Nigerian had made about Disney. IB was so compressed on Disney that it might have been overdone in his vocabulary. I would agree with him. Disney. If you look at Disney down here at the lows when he mentioned it coming into lunch, let's look at TTM squeeze. All right, let's see the 60-minute, 30-minute, 30-minute, and the 4-hour, the daily. All right, squeezing. They have earnings tonight. Disney has earnings tonight, right? Disney with earnings tonight.
ENN Penn National Gaming shares popping to the high, $73. Also moving apparently on that news.
At 12:30, they had from pretty cheap calls on Disney for earnings if they beat, or if we get a positive pop.
August 27th, legal single sports betting in Canada. That's PopEc on November. Shares of DraftKings also moving to the highs on that.
You can do BETZ. Bets is another way to play it. Bets another way to play it. Alibaba, looking for Apple to go. Alibaba, looking for that to drop off a little bit more. Alibaba, Baba. All right, come on, drop off, Baba. Is this halted? It's not even moving. I'm being sarcastic, of course, but all right. So Chewy going some more. So you can play the Round Hill Sports Betting and Gaming ETF, BETZ. That's another way to play this. Just moving above the 50-day. There goes SPY. Watch SPY and the Qs here. Looking a lot better all of a sudden. SPY looking a lot better. SPY looks a lot better. So do the futures. A lot of stocks looking very similar. A lot of stocks looking very similar. All right, VIX. What are you doing, VIX? All right, VIX looking like it might roll over. SPY and the Qs going. Apple looking for the breakout. Come on, Apple, you can do it. Tesla looking for the breakout. Plus 11. If it can just squeeze a little bit more here. Volume come in. SPY and the Qs look good. All right. So S&P 500. All right, 4,500 is the upper level. 4,450. We thought we might slow down here, but now we're trading in the range 4,450 to 4,500. All right, gamma has shifted a bit, so now we're trading 4,450 up to 4,500 if we can stay above this level. This is S&P 500. All right, so we've got this level overhead, 4450 to 4500. The range is expanding, trading 4400 up to 4450, the previous range. The call wall shifted higher, what was it, last week, whatever. So we needed to get above 4450. Now that we're trading above it, this is looking really good. Still have potential to push a bit higher on an expected or implied move basis. The implied move for today, we were looking at 44.31, and we're above that in a big way, so we're way beyond that. We were looking for a tighter price action. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're going to light up the screen here. Looks like we're going to light up the screen. Rather than adding new positions, what I'm thinking of doing is taking a little profits off as we ease into Friday. Because you know Thursday's like the cutoff date. Friday is a lot harder to trade unless you're doing day trades. I don't like to take swing trades on Friday. The way I like to look at it is Monday by the close. We get a good sense of what the direction of the week is going to be Monday by the close. Trading a little bit on Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday are the sweet spot, and then Thursday start to ease off the pedal a little bit, take some profits off into strength like we did SPY. We sold SPY too soon, but it is making more progress. So I'd like to be taking a few more things off the table so that if it's kind of light tomorrow or if it's a tight day tomorrow, at least I've taken some profits off the table, got more cash for next week. Repeat the process. Chewy, doing very well today, Chewy. Ethereum trying to turn the corner. Lily. Moxie, these Chinese stocks are just getting beat up. What's Baba doing? Baba, trying to push higher, Baba. Array is at the high of the day. Array Technologies, ARRY. Still wait for Apple to do something here end of day. SPY in the Qs, stuck here at the highs. Tesla looking for a follow through. Tesla. Looking for a follow through in Tesla. A lot of good news coming out for Tesla. Apple at the highs. We've filled out the ATR for today, so if we close right here, I wouldn't be disappointed. I would hope for more, but that's always the bane of bullish traders. You buy too far out of the money. I'm not saying me, but you buy too far out of the money and you're hoping for it to move higher, but you're not really referencing how much it can potentially move on a regular basis. Right now, that regular basis is about $2.35. Apple's already up $2.50. So if it finds any more energy, that's going to be because there are institutions out there that still want to buy it no matter what. Looking for a push through 150. Apple right now, we've got, what are these here? The calls, we've got 105,000 of the 150 calls traded. That's a double from this morning. We were looking at it, it's 55,000, then it was 75,000, it was 95,000. Now it's 105,000 contracts have traded at the 150 strike for next Friday, the 20th.
Mexico Central Bank sets benchmark interest rate at 4.5%.
All right, let's see what this says here.
That's up 25 basis points.
All right, let's look at Tesla. We got an alpha signal on Tesla today. All right, Tesla with an alpha signal. Excuse me. Excuse me. Tesla. I think Tesla's looking for a breakout. What do you think? What do you think, folks? You think Tesla's looking for a breakout today? This is all today, right? All right, so that looks good. Tesla. Tesla.
DYAI, Dyadic, getting another small pop here. Delta Yankee Alpha India.
Tesla. All right, Tesla looks good. Got a nice follow-through signal so far, looking good. Tesla. All right, Apple.
DISCA, Discovery. Discovery to charge government of Poland with violations to U.S.-Poland bilateral investment treaty. That's Delta India, Sandy Charlie Alpha.
CLF breaking higher. All right, SPY and the Qs look really good here. They look really good. All right, here goes Cleveland Cliff's on the move. Cleveland Cliff on the move. Watch Cleveland Cliff here, folks. Cliff going. Cleveland Cliff is going. Looking good here. Cleveland Cliff. Tesla, let's get going here. Tesla, let's do it. Cleveland Cliff is going, though. It's above the VWAP and starting to move away. That looks good. Apple, come on, let's do this. Cleveland Cliff, let's do this. SPY and the Qs trying to get back up to the highs. Just shy of the highs. SPY, Qs just below the highs. IBB going for a new high. All right, IBB can move higher. It all depends on the top weighted biotech stocks. All right, so we're starting to see some movement there. Check out your biotechs. Sort them by performance today and focus on the ones that are hottest, like BioNTech. That's bouncing. Okay. It's a little bit risky. We could still pull back a little bit. Novavax. Okay, that looks good. Buyers stepping up at 230 through 240. You know Frank's in there. He's got some from over here. Looking for a follow through. Legal betting on Penn Gaming. Penn Gaming. And, all right, that looks good. Penn Gaming looks good. Gets above the 50 today in the next couple days. This should be good. Penn, let's see what the daily the 5-minute looks like. Penn. All right, little dip right there for a better entry if you're interested. DraftKings, DKNG. Still going, DraftKings. This looks good. Just getting started at the 200-day. DraftKings, a little bit expensive as far as options because the volatility is picking up. But maybe buy some shares. DraftKings. All right, I might buy some shares if we get another little dip here. Look at VWAP though. DraftKings VWAP looking very strong. Pulling away from VWAP. This is the signature of a stock in play. High relative volume. You got news as a catalyst. You got good price action above the 921 50-day, coming out of a base, moving away from VWAP. VWAP is upward sloping, RSI showing muscle, strength of trend intact, higher lows. You got a higher high here once we get through 56. We're trading 54.43. Look for DraftKings to continue higher, 62 to 64. That's the next level most likely. We'll run into some resistance right in here, these volume by price bands. DraftKings looks good. All right, DraftKings, let's put in little notes here. So we have this ready for us when we start to move. All right, horizontal line there. DraftKings, the next level of resistance will be right there. And we got support here. Support right there. All right, support. All right, that looks fine. Yeah. Got support in here. All right, that looks really good. Got a good catalyst. Got higher lows. All right, that looks good. You got a triangle breakout right through there. Everything looks good. Looks good on DraftKings. Look at the volume. So you think management probably already knew that there's a good possibility to get approval for trading for sports gambling in Canada. DKNG. All right, looks good. Looking for a follow through from here as well. DraftKings. DraftKings. DKNG. DKNG. All right, SPY is about to break out. All right, so stocks are looking really good. I just posted that comment on StockTwits. Anton, thanks for that update. Volume looks good. Snap turning the corner. Apple looking for the breakout. Very tight squeeze on Apple. Tight squeeze on Apple. Yep, yep. Yeah, I would agree with you, Grover. So many setups. All right, Apple's getting ready to go, folks. I think Apple's about ready. Apple looks ready right here, right now. All right, we got over 100,000, 110,000 calls trading on Apple. Apple. I think they're expecting something to happen. I think they're looking for something. Soon on Apple? Looks like it. Soon, Apple. Ooh, look at all those calls on Apple. Everybody's buying. You'd think that the dealers are going to have a lot to do with, a lot of explaining to do. The dealers, because if people are long calls, the dealers are short calls. They have to buy. They have to buy. All right, any pop here on Apple will definitely do it. The dealer's going to have to. They're short calls, so any move here on Apple will most likely be met by buying shares in order to get the delta neutral. Just keep that in mind. Let's see. All right, here goes Apple. Apple's starting to go, baby, baby. Baby, baby. All right, there goes the futures. I'm so preoccupied with Apple that futures are getting away. There go the Qs. All right, so what happened the last couple of days? We had buying in cyclicals, and growth took a back seat. Some profit taking. We told you that we didn't think that we'd see a big sell-off in growth. That would probably see these rotations, and we're seeing proof of it today. Apple's about to break out. Looks like it could take out 150. Dealers are short calls. Your long calls, they're short calls. There's 110,000 calls have traded on the 150 strike. 110,000 calls have traded. Maybe some of those are dealers, but if you're long, they're short calls. In order for them to get delta neutral, they got to buy shares on any move higher. Okay, so we move this higher. If the markets move Apple higher and this breaks out, dealers are going to have to buy shares, which is going to be a perpetual loop that's going to push prices higher or short covering. All right, so right now, Apple's showing signs of breaking out. Looking really good. Really good. Market Mechanics 101. Okay, let's see what they do with this. Let's see what they do with this. I'm very preoccupied with Apple, I know. Apple. You're watching Apple. Come on, Apple. Let's do this. All right, ARK-K should be doing well, right? ARK-K, it's up 40 cents. We've got Array is up $1.57. Array at the highs of the day. Array. EMD still floundering around there. Come on, Apple. Could still fail. The markets could still fail. We're at the highs and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of volume here at 220, 222, 223. All right, IBB is moving higher. IBB. All right, so we got some movement in IBB. There goes IBB, breaking out, busting a move. IBB busting a move. Here we go. Yeah. All right. All right, Apple trying to go. All right, here goes Apple. Apple's starting to go. All right, starting to see some activity here on Apple. We're up to 113,000 contracts already. Apple. Here we go, folks. Apple's getting ready to pop, 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 pop. Qs are pop, pop, popping too. There goes Apple. Apple's starting to go. You got a trigger here on Apple TTM triggering. Virgin Galactic continues to drop off. What a drag. What a drag it is getting old. Wow, 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 wow. Come on, one more pop. Let's get some of these Tesla and related names popping here. Tesla. Tesla's about to go. Tesla squeeze about to go. Tesla's about to go. Nice squeeze. I think it's going to do it. Amazon turning. The FANG stocks look pretty decent. All right. VIX is still at the low. There goes the Qs. All right. Everything is lining up. Lining up. There goes Apple. Don't look now. Apple's starting to cruise higher now. Apple's starting to go. Gilead still going. Gilead on the move. Gilead's going. There goes Apple popping in. Can we get through 149? That'd be good. DraftKings still going. DraftKings looks good. Array, high of the day. Everything is trading near the highs of the day, just about. If it's not trading near the highs of the day, you need to maybe take some profits off and look at some other names because a lot of stocks are cruising. Apple, thank you. Tesla needs to get through 720. Nice round number. There goes the Qs. Qs going. Qs are going. Qs are going now. Wow. There goes Tesla. There goes Apple. Apple's going. Exploding Bollinger Bands. Let's see what it looks like on the 60 minute. 60 minute. All right, 30 minute. Let's look at the 30. 30 exploded already. 60 minute. Opening up already. All right, so it's just a 5 minute catching up. 4 hour. Or 4 hour is still very squeezable. Okay, this could still trigger, so another time frame. All right, VIX at the low. Tesla trying to take out the high. 720. Tesla 720. Qs are going. SPY's going. All right, what a nice day this is. What a nice day. What a day for a daydream. Da, 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 da. All right, looks good. Today looks good. All right. IBB breaking out. IBB breaking out. Nice, nice. Look, everything is looking a lot. Most of the things that I'm looking at anyway are all looking really, really nice. Look at this. Breaking out 52-week highs, big range. What does the weekly look like? Weekly says, give me more. Gilead weekly. You got 79, 72. All right, you got another 9 points on Gilead, potentially. IBB looking really good. Okay. Okay, nice. All right, here is Gilead. Okay, you can see Gilead is weighted at 6.3%. Amgen's traded at 5.9%. Moderna has moved from almost 6% to beyond 8%. So Moderna is now 8%. Top 10 holdings of the IBB on the right, XBI on the left. That's why XBI, you don't want to trade XBI when biotechs are moving. You want to be buying these stocks. All right, IBB. Look at IBB. It's starting to go. IBB, very obvious hammer, hanging man hammer at this point. Very nice. All right, so you guys got good entries. Good ladies got good entries here on the bounce. Let's see what Moderna looks like, mRNA. Okay, counting Moderna out 2 days, 2 days. So what's the deal here? The stock runs up, consolidates, runs up, consolidates, runs up, got a little head of its skis, came back 2 days, buyers stepping up. It's not just Moderna, it's all of these stocks. ILMN, Biogen. Okay, these are all getting buys. You see that? All these are getting buys. Gilead. All right, this is pretty exciting when you see all of this going on at the same time. Regeneron, Repligen, RGEN, Repligen, beautiful looking pattern there. Novavax. What else is not to like in this group? BNTX, BioNTech, BNTX. All right, BioNTech, that looks like it's going to bounce too. All right, Apple's at the high. SPY Qs are at the high. VIX is dropping off to the low. All right, big bullish candle. We were looking for this week. Finally got it. All right, so being patient with Apple. Impatient traders wind up giving their money to patient traders. We've been patient with Apple and finally breaking out today. All right, looks good. Looking good. All right, now we're starting to cook. Look at the volume coming in. Volume coming in Apple. Squeeze. Our dealers are forced to buy shares here. They're short. They're short calls. If you're buying calls, there's 100 and what the hell's traded so far? 115,000, 120,000. It's really starting to pick up now. 120,000. If this does continue higher, they'll have to buy more shares to push this higher. Apple. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of profit taking at the high, so some people will be taking profits off. Nice move today. Apple, those calls are up 80 cents on the day. So we were trading like 38 cents. The Apple 150s were 38. They're now 116. Nice move. All right, we got plenty of time. Got plenty of time for this to continue higher. All right, Apple coming in a little bit. All right, so we'll have some profit taking most likely up there. AMD's coming off the lows, so we got more buying AMD on the dip. Let's see what AMD looks like. AMD on the dip. Okay, below VWAP most of the day. AMD looking like a better entry if this holds. Needs to hold. I still don't see the first bullish day, so there's no trade here until it gets a first bullish day. No need trying to guess what's going to happen next. Wait for it to happen and then trade. All right, Array, ARRY, that one's going here today. Look at the volume on Array. We saw the high relative volume this morning. Array has been moving higher all day. ABCD pattern. ABCD. All right, more or less. You got higher lows and higher highs. Moving away from VWAP, relative volume on this break higher right now. Spine accused continuation. Apple, I'm assuming that this is just some profit taking up here. Apple. A little profit taking, looking for it to push higher. Dealers maybe selling little shares, see if they can get people to sell more shares to push this back a little bit. I think the momentum is too good. It's our 121,500 contracts have traded now. The latecomers are probably going to be a little more disappointed than the early traders this morning. Apple, when Nick first mentioned it. Early morning. So we thank Nick for that. Nick, what time did you mention it? Nick, where are you, Nick? It was first in the morning. You were talking to Rob as well. I think Rob and Nick noticed that. 9.52. Calls were like 50 cents at that point. Uh, 340, 240, 240. All right, $1.12. All right, it looks like Apple's going to go again. Watch Apple. Watch Apple here. Thanks, Nick, for that heads up. Well, all right, looks like Apple wants to go again. Higher low, looking for a higher high. There goes Apple. Cleveland Cliff looking for a follow through. Plus 13 cents now. Cleveland Cliff's ripping. Look at Cleveland Cliffs. Cleveland Cliffs, big move on Cleveland there. A nice move on Cleveland Cliff. All right, Apple's about to move. Look at Cleveland Cliff's 5-minute chart. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Squeeze me, please. All right, Cleveland Cliffs keeps going. Wow. That's pretty impressive, Cleveland Cliff. Cleveland Cliff. Apple at the high. Array looks good. Chewy, pull back from the high. All right, let's look at Cleveland Cliff on the daily. All right, we got the follow through. All right, that's probably going to be higher tomorrow. New core steel. New core going. STLD. Steel Dynamics following through. 4 bullish days off the 50-day. Wow, nice. US Steel. Not doing as well as the rest, but it's doing okay. Snowflake doing quite well today. Looking for a swing for that one that lasts, into the end of the year. Snowflake should be fine. Apple future's still going. Apple looks good. All right, Apple looks like it's going to go again. Plenty of time left on Apple to squeeze the shorts, to force the market makers to buy shares to get the delta neutral. They are short calls. There's a hell of a lot of calls that traded today. A hell of a lot. All right, looks like we're going to go again. Apple's going to go again. All right, 123,000 contracts have traded today. It was 50,000 when Nick first pointed it out. All right, so, geez, this is looking great. Calls are up. All right, about the breakout. There goes SPY. Oh my gosh, look at SPY. Kudos. Anton voted for bullish breakout. All right, Freeport McMoran, watching that one. Looking for the breakout. Freeport. Okay, got a nice hammer. Looking for a follow through. Tomorrow, looking for higher. Looking for 46. I got plenty of time to squeeze this higher. Wow, SPY and the Qs are just killing it today. Bears are screaming. Bears are screaming. Chewy, nice bounce there. Cleveland Cliff. DraftKings at the high. Freeport looking for a follow through. Gilead, nice little pop. Still going. Gilead still going. Man, S&P. Gilead going. Look at Gilead. Take the money and run, folks. You got you got nice profits here. Take the money and run. All right, man. Gilead's just cooking with gas here. Gilead. Apple. Wow, Apple looking good. Nice bullish day on Apple. Man, what an evening session, huh? Evening session, erasing all of the trepidation from the morning session. All right, looks good. Looking good.
It's 3 o'clock.
Clover, looking for a follow through. 3 o'clock, 3 bells, all is well. Three bells, all is well. All hands, man your battle stations. This is the captain speaking. IVB, bye-bye. IBB, bye-bye. There you go. Boom. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, there goes IBB. Focus on the things that are working. But Vinny, everything's working. Yeah, just about everything is, right? Look at IBB. Look at IBB. Look at that candle on IBB. Beautiful. Got all the way down to 167, bounced back up almost 3 points. Wow, 167.13, low of the day, high of the day, 169.62, and it's still going. IBB still going. You can't, you know, seriously. Yesterday I was thinking about this, and the day before, Moderna had pulled back, and I said to myself, you know what? A lot of people are going to think that this is it. It's over. But think about this logically. They're not going to stop talking about masks and vaccines. If anything, Moderna has got probably the best vaccine, right, out there for the different variants. At least that's what they keep saying. So although this was over its skis over here on Monday, the pullback gave you an opportunity. You know, every time this thing rips higher, it consolidates, rips higher, consolidates. And each time since this May drop, we've tested the 50-day. We got buyers to step up, 21-day, 21-day, 9 EMA, 21-day. Every single time buyers stepped up. So what's happening today? Buyers are stepping up. Is this a guarantee? No, absolutely not. But if tomorrow's a bullish day and we get the kind of action we're seeing today, a follow through up to 4,500 on the S&P 500, yeah, there's a possibility that this just keeps going. Why can this not be a $500 stock or a $1,000 stock if CMG Chipotle can be $1,900 stock? Please tell me how that's possible. And we got buyers stepping up on Chipotle. I mean, Moderna is supposedly saving the world, right? And there's a little bit of sarcasm in there, but you know, that's what price action says. Anyway, there's my 2 cents.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from DIS, Walt Disney, DASH, DoorDash,
Disney with earnings out tonight.
Airbnb,
Disney with a big move today.
Diagnostics,
Disney with a big move there.
PHEN Funware, WISH Context Logic reporting out to the close.
Disney. Where's Disney? Disney. Big move on Disney. Earnings after the close. Disney. Big move on Disney. Disney, sell some into strength. You got earnings after the close. S&P 500 is going ICBM. This thing is really ripping here. What's Apple doing? Apple looks like it wants to go to the next level. Apple's got plenty of time left. 55 minutes to go. Love on an elevator. Hello, Mr. Tyler. Dun, 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 wow. Wow. Chewy bouncing. All right, that looks good. I think we'll be looking for Bitcoin stocks to bounce maybe tomorrow, next week. Yep, the whole group, the whole steel group looking good. All right, so DraftKings seeing a little bit of profit taking there at the highs. DraftKings. All right, Freeport McMoran looking good. Freeport looks good. Nice follow through on the push higher. S&P 500. Goodbye. Wow. Wow. Okay, so you see what the markets are doing. So let's go take a look at our trusty S&P equal weight index. There it goes. There it goes. Nice. All right, looks good. S&P equal weight index, 67% of stocks are above the 50-day. This will be probably up by 70% end of day. This is an end of day calculation. End of day at the close. All right, we were at 67% below on July 19th. We're 67% above now, 68%. All right, so that looks good. Markets are just cooking with gas now. Okay, we got another one of those days where cyclicals and growth are being bought. Cyclicals and growth being bought. Wow. Wow. Let's go take a look real quick at breadth. NIMO is still 7.4. It was minus 90 on July 19th. NIMO. Breadth. I want to see breadth here. NYSE. I want to see how many more new highs and new lows we have today. Okay, we should see a spike here. Yep, we got a spike. We got 70 more new highs. Almost a 50% increase over what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty decent day. Moving averages are climbing. That's telling you short to intermediate term. Look for more of this kind of action. The number of advances to decliners, few more decliners than advancers until this turns up. But we're breaking out continuation here. All right, so everything looks good. As I was telling you coming into this week, that we were more bullish, more neutral, and only had 3 bearish indicators. So everything else was bullish or neutral. Reason to think and to continue to look for the indicators that I posted in the scans temporary channel yesterday. All of the charts that are posted in there, the links, those are the things that you should be looking at on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, to see where the money's flowing. So that's in the temporary scans channel. I posted all those links to charts that I use just to see where the money's flowing, so that we're not trading with opinion, we're trading with data points. Okay. All right, so what can I tell you? The markets are just doing exactly what we want to see as a bull. Trending. 4,500 is the next level now that we're above 4,450. I showed you that chart before that Brent posted this morning. Okay, you can see once we get above 44.50 how things start to taper off a little bit. How we can look at, there's no puts below the zero line. You see that? Very few puts below that zero line between 44.50 and 4,500. The next level is 4,500. Once we get past 44.75, 44.75 is the next stop. 44.60 right now is the high of the day. So make sure you check out that chart that's posted in the Gamma channel. S&P looks good, following through. And make sure you check out the links that are posted in the Scans Temporary channel on Slack, the Slack channel, Scans Temporary. All those charts will tell you where money is flowing, so that you're not confused or worried or whatever it happens to be. You'll have a basis for making decisions rather than, oh my God, flip a coin, what's it going to do next? Well, you should know that the markets are breaking higher and that we should be looking for confirmation signals that are telling us steady as she goes. Everything looks good here. Apple's at the highs here.
Marvell Technology spike into the high 60, 99. Here it's being mentioned as a IBD swing trader long idea. That's Michael Romeo Victor Lima.
Apple looks good. All right, the 150 calls, I'd be taking some profits off into strength. Nick Patel, if you're listening, Nick, which one of the Nicks are you in the trading room? Because I can't figure out which one I want to give credit to. Nice job, Nick. Rob and Nick. All right, take some profits off. Okay, there you go. Apple, very nice trade today. Apple, take some off into strength. We could get gap up, so maybe keep a few for tomorrow. Those expire next week.
NOVN, Novan off the highs now, $10.06.
Apple at the highs.
$72 valuation from Zacks, small cap research. That's November Oscar Victor November. That's up from $45. November Oscar Victor November.
Snowflake looking for another push higher. Support.com, SPRT, support.com. Building higher highs and higher lows, support.com. All right, so it's pushing off of a very large body candle, pushing off of the 21-day, looking for a follow through. All right, so that looks good. Clover, CLOV. What do we got going there? Clover. Clover, a big hammer or hanging man candle. Technically, you could see it as both because it is at the lows, but it is in price action too. So technically, it could be both a hammer and a hanging man. But Clover looks good off the low. Looks like it could go here. Watch Clover, end of day.
Charlie November, Foxtrot, Romeo company reporting their earnings their earnings yesterday after the close. Charlie November, Foxtrot, Romeo.
Clover, potential trade here. Watching it closely. Clover, Coinbase coming off the lows. DraftKings, you got a B pivot at the highs. That should be a swing. More than likely going to see that following through over the next few weeks as Canada allows sports betting as of what, August 27th, was it? 2 weeks. That's Friday, 2 weeks from now. IBB, that's a swing, looking for a follow through on IBB. Inovio, looking for a push back up to the highs. Ethereum, nice move off the lows there. Ethereum. All right, so that's Clover Health. Look at the volume today. There's something brewing on Clover here. Something brewing on Clover.
Virginia governor issues universal mask mandate for K to 12 schools. Shares of Alpha Protec, APT Alpha Protec getting a little pop here.
Virginia governor, mask mandates hitting the news wires here. Another Democratic governor.
HPI, Allied
K through 12 schools, Alpha Protec getting a pop out of that. Mask requirements.
headline again, Virginia governor mandating masks for K.
It's not a political statement. They're all towing the line, though. Biden wants everyone to have masks so he can point to the governors who aren't requiring masks. You know, you can see these political games. I mean, it's always that way. Whether you're Republican, Independent, Democrat, they play these stupid games. You know, and unfortunately, we're the ones that bear the cost. All right, DraftKings. All right, so we have a very bullish day today, so don't worry about what I'm saying. Just trade the markets. The markets are doing very well. I would be taking profits off into strength, reducing my exposure. Markets look good. Looking for a follow through. All right, that's Clover, SPRT, support.com. Also getting a nice bounce at the 21 day. You know I like to buy these dips. These dips are what you want to buy. Look for a follow through. Apple. Wow, look at the SPY and the Qs. Jeez.
WTRH Wader Holdings seeing a big spike in volume. Mentioned as a swing trade in the buy sell short chat room.
Apple hanging in there at the highs. Alpha Protec looking for a follow through. Probably going to get back to 10 pretty soon. Alpha Protec. Virginia governor. All schools K through 12 need to have masks. Required to have mask mandate is the way he put it. All right, S&P is taking off to the upside. Wow, look at this trade today. This is insane, this move today. Ethereum continues to build, pushing higher. Ethereum continues to build. All right, so I'm looking for a bounce in the Bitcoin stocks. All right, it's had a so far a little bit of a pullback. You know, I love these pullbacks. These are the things that you want to look for as a trader. You don't want to buy up here. You want to be buying on the pullbacks. You want to be selling into that kind of strength. So you want to be buying back down here, selling into that strength, wait for a little pullback, scale out. Once the buyers start to show up, you get in again. So I'm watching right here. Maybe tomorrow, another bullish day. We'll look for Ethereum to continue higher. I see Mikey mentioning that he was up 40%. That makes sense. If you bought down here near the 20 zone, where we were first looking at it a couple of weeks ago, 22 up to 30. So, plus 10, 50%. Looks good. Chewy trying to go for the high of the day again. Chewy about to go. DraftKings, a little dip there, a little profit taking. Looks like it's going to continue to go. After a while, if you stay in the room for a while, you get used to watching price action. You can tell where there's profit taking and where there's just outright selling. And where there's opportunities, once you start to see the trend reverse. An example, Freeport. All right, support.com on the move. SPRT going. All right, so something like Freeport McMoran, I've been wanting to get into this one, so we're finally in this stock. You got a leg higher. This is a long leg here, almost 3 weeks long. Pull back for a week, drive higher for a week, come back for 2 days, 1 day. Does it continue here tomorrow? Well, tomorrow, if this is bullish, I'll probably double up on the position and look for this to push higher up towards 44. I'd like to see 46. Building the right side of this cup. 9 and 21 day are now finally sloping upward. That's what we want to see. And then the 50 day is going to start to turn. It won't be just a straight shot to 46. More than likely we'll get a leg up, maybe for another few days like this here. And the 3rd week of July. Pull back for a week. Now this leg, I'm thinking maybe we get going. I think I have a chart actually of this depicted. I think I already did this. I'm pretty sure I did. Freeport. Yeah, there you go. So that's what I was thinking yesterday when I laid this chart out. Looked like, actually I did this on Tuesday. Was looking for that next move up to 46. All right, so you got a leg up. Takes 2 or 3 weeks to get there. A leg down. Leg up. Now it's not going to be a straight shot. You get these periods where you pull back to the 21 day. But the 9 and 21 day rolling up is big. That's big. Got a hammer today. You got wicks on both of these candles. You got buyers on Tuesday. Look for this to continue higher. Freeport looks good. There goes SPRT. SPRT. All right, getting some more move on here. Starting to take out these candles here from earlier in the week. All right, support.com is going. Support.com. All right, we got 30 minutes, 34 minutes to go. Support.com is going here. All right, looking good. SPRT. There goes support.com, blasting higher. Look at support.com, it's going. SPRT. Nice little pop here. SPRT. All right, Apple. SPRT. All right, looking good. Breaking higher. Volume coming in too. Look at that volume. Yep. Yep. Support.com. Nice little move from yesterday. You got a nice discount. Now it's following through. Yesterday over here. Now, I'm glad to see a lot of people looking at the same things. So I don't feel as, I won't say worried. I don't feel as much a need to just keep repeating myself over and over and over the setups, because it seems like everybody's doing the same thing. Buying the dip, selling the rip, focusing on the sectors that are working, looking for rotation, identifying rotation, confirming rotation, and then looking for opportunities like we had with the growth stocks pulling back. Apple yesterday on the pullback, while it didn't work yesterday, I know a number of you were looking at Apple yesterday over here. Well, it didn't work yesterday. It's working in spades today. Today. So, we're all looking at the same thing. That's a really good thing. I'm very happy that the teamwork in the room is what it is. Flat on Apple. We were counting the days. Eventually, we're going to get a breakout. Well, guess what? We got it today, and we didn't have to wait until Monday. Same thing with SPRT. Yesterday, a bunch of you posting the dip was a good area to buy, right around 7. Nice follow through today. It's starting to go. LETSGO looks good. All right. Looking for 950 or so on support.
Chewy, Norfolk activity today. Charlie Hotel Whiskey Yankee, August 95.
Chewy.
Fall sweep.
All right, Chewy with an August 95 call sweep trading right here. We're just below 95. Could be somebody selling premium. It's 5,000, 53, 5,400. Looks like could be profit taking. We'll see. I don't know if it was at the bid or at the ask, so hard to tell. Chewy. Clover, looking for that break higher on Clover tomorrow. Array continues to ramp higher. Yeah. Good to see you, Rodney. GNRC looks good. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot. All right, Home Depot bullish yesterday, pulling back. I don't like how it keeps doing that. Over here was much better trading, very consistent. Over here you get a couple of bullish days and get a bearish day. Easy to shake people out. 2 bullish days this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, a little bit bearish today. S&P and the Qs continue. Wow, that's really impressive day today. DraftKings looking for it to break higher with news that Canada is allowing sports betting as of August 27th. Thank you, Trudeau. BRKB squeeze, BRKB squeeze. BRKB here, squeeze, looks ready to go. Looks ready to go here. BRKB, check out BRKB right here, right now. And see what happens here. BRKB, a couple of minutes to go. Watch the price action here. There you go. BRKB, look at that squeeze. Does it go? Let's see, keep an eye on BRKB. This is Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. I have a position as of Tuesday, so looking for a follow through. I'm looking to add to it over the next several weeks, several months. I'm looking to get to 100%. Once it gets above the recent highs, the 52-week highs, and we break out of this cup, what looks like a cup and handle forming on Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire. Okay, that cup and handle looks really good. Okay, I like it. I like what I'm seeing here. Okay, you got earnings. Revenue grew 21%. You got this high over here. Probably going to build a flag, so I'm looking for this to build in this area around 292-ish. Hold this area if institutions are patient and they don't just push it higher. We'll see that soon enough. Berkshire, we got in on Tuesday, so this looks better. Monday was earnings. Reported $2.94 per share, revenue $69.1 billion. Consensus was 252, beat by 40 cents, 42 cents. Nice. Revenue grew 21%. So I like Berkshire. You know what you get when you buy Berkshire. You get Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. All right, looks good. Berkshire, watching this one. All right, looking for a follow through. Berkshire. All right, it's buying the cues. Look like they want to keep going. It's buying the cues. Into the close. That'd be a nice change. That'd be a nice treat. All right, buying the cues still going.
SINT, Syntex Technologies reported a loss of 9 cents. Sandy, India, November Tango. Revenue of $100,000 versus $200,000 in the same period in 2020. That's SINT, Sandy, India, November Tango.
All right, S&P is still going. Jeez, look at this market. This is crazy. Lovely, lovely Rita meter made. All right, so Apple, what a nice day on Apple, huh? All right, so we're consolidating some profit taking up there. We could see more upside, but I'd be taking profits off into strength. There's 150,000 calls traded today on Apple.
Shares pulling back here now. 1544. Foxtrot Sandy Romeo.
All right, so
Seeing some put activity. January 2023, 12 and a half puts on Foxtrot Sandy Romeo.
so 134,000 contracts trading hands today. I would trading today. I would take some profits off on Apple. Maybe keep some on for maybe a gap tomorrow, gap up. Take profits into strength in the morning.
Market on close and balance $387 million on the sell side.
387 million to sell. Market on close. All right, SPY, S&P at the highs. All right, Array up there. Okay, that looks good. Apple, AMD, Berkshire, Chewy up at $3.72. Chewy back up to the highs of the day. DraftKings back to the high of the day. Freeport McMoran grinding along. Cleveland Cliffs, the steel stocks look good. Gilead back to the high of the day. Looks like Gilead's going to go here. Gilead again, one more shot. Gilead one more time. We've got 18 minutes to go. 18 minutes to go. Can we get it to do this in the last 15, 16 minutes? Gilead. All right, so profit taking on SPY. All right. Gilead, Netflix. On a day like today, Netflix did manage to come off the lows, but still no follow through on Netflix. Below the 50-day. Past two trading days. Virgin Galactic got sold off. That's too bad. Thought for sure that would be moving higher. Tesla, end of day. Maybe we'll get Tesla to run end of day. Tesla one more time. Tesla one more time. Higher lows. Looking for a break above 722. 723 would be nice. NVIDIA looking for a break higher tomorrow. NVIDIA. Follow through. Freeport still rising. Freeport still going. It's buying the cues at the highs.
Letter T, AT&T to require all employees to be vaccinated by October 11th. That according to a Guardian reporter. That's letter T.
Apple. All right, Freeport, FCX. Freeport just grinding hard, trying to close. It would be nice if it closed green on the day. We've got 14 minutes to go.
Marijuana Moment reporting Wyoming officials clear 2022 marijuana ballot initiative for signature gathering.
DraftKings. DraftKings about to blow. DKNG about to blow. DraftKings about to go. DKNG. Back up to the high. DraftKings. All right. Freeport looks good. IBB. Nice pop to the highs. Coming back in a little bit, but still looks good. All of the FANGs, the biotech stocks looking good. Snowflake up 1050. Snowflake high of the day. Tesla plus 12. Tesla's about to go. Thanks, Dave. Tesla's about to go. All right, we got 11 minutes to go this regular trading session. So I know most of you, the majority of you know that we're looking for a price action to move away from VWAP to tell us the stock is in play. You can see Freeport, just another example of price action moving away from VWAP tilting higher, and price reacting to what? Volume. They're buying. Look at Freeport here. Can they get this to close close green in the next 11 minutes? They could. I don't know that they will, but this took 25 minutes to move this distance right here. So I don't see this moving to green that quickly, but you never know. It does look good though. Canada Goose, I like it too. I like it too, Anton, Mikey. I like Canada Goose. Some of the higher higher end companies like Ralph Lauren, Estee Lauder, Tapestry, TPR, Canada Goose, Signet Jewelers, etc. Ralph Coors, Capri Holdings. Speaking of Capri Holdings, CPR, is it CPRI? Capri Holdings, that's okay. You're pulling back a little bit end of day, but yeah, that's pushing higher. Tapestry, TPR, Tapestry. Yeah, that's trending. Ralph Lauren, just don't buy the high. Ralph Lauren, the little dip here, Anton mentioning this one earlier. You got this dip. Looks like it's headed back to the 130s. Ralph Lauren, yeah, I like it. Good risk reward here. All right, so you got to stop underneath 120. It's only up $4 off of that area, so ODFL looks good. ODFL. Yeah, it looks good. Like it. ODFL, like it. Yeah, breakout. ODFL, nice breakout today. All right, Tesla looks like it wants to go in the last few minutes when nobody's watching. Watch Tesla here. Spying the cues on the move, folks. Spying the cues on the move. All right, end of day buying. ODFL, you can see the volume building on the daily for the past 3 trading days. Looks good.
UPST, Upstart Holdings, seeing a flurry of weekly 180 calls now on Uniform Papa Sandy Tango.
Upstart weekly 180 calls trading. Weyerhaeuser, WY. All right, right in this area, it's pulling back a little bit, but this is a good area. I would agree. 9 and 21 day of crossing. Probably looking at 41. It took 3 months to get here. Talking about 6 months to get back up to the highs. All right, so the moves lower, always faster. You take the elevator down, escalators or stairs up. So look for twice as much time as it took to get down here. 3 months to get down to low. Look for 6 months at least for these stocks. All right, let's Louisiana Pacific. Let's see if the whole group is moving. LPX looks good. LPX looks good. All right, got a trend break. LPX. Louisiana Pacific. All right, looks good. Nice work. All right. Another example of stocks moving back above the 50-day. I know I beat this to death, this issue to death, but it bears repeating over and over. When everybody else is telling you bearish, look for a 5 and 10% correction. Ask yourself, what is my chart telling me? What are my charts, plural, telling me? This was July 19th right here, was the pullback, July 19th. The next day was the day we got the bullish signal on the 20th. That Tuesday was a bullish signal. That vertical line was when these two indicators told us to get long. We had a move back up to the top of the range. Now this is rising. Look at the difference. Look at all these periods where we had vertical lines where price action continued to move higher. And on July 19th, the S&P 500 had that fabulous change of direction right on the 50-day. The next day, they started buying like crazy, and our indicators told us that that was what we should be doing. Buy signal on the 20th, confirmed on the 21st. And since then, we've just been trending higher. Beautiful. All right, there's no need to trade in the last few minutes of the trading day. Some things I'll be looking at tomorrow. Lumber, looking at rail stocks like, yeah, I agree. CSX, Union Pacific. We'll be looking at LPX and lumber. That looks good. Those commodities. Very nice. Very nice. Coinbase still at the lows here. Coinbase looking for buyers to step up. All right, we've got less than 3 minutes to go. Berkshire starting to go. BRKB. There goes Berkshire starting to move here. Berkshire end of the day. All right. Looks good. Gilead still going. Gilead still going. Wow, nice Gilead.
Airbnb seeing some full activity ahead of the close, ahead of their earnings report. Alpha Bravo, November Bravo.
Airbnb. Earnings. Gilead looks good. Breaking higher. Apple. Apple going. Apple end of day. Apple going. Apple going. There we go. You get the breakout there. Apple. Nice job. Apple's going. Beautiful trade on Apple. For those of you who bought it the first 15 minutes of the trading day, noted in the YouTube trading room channel, chat room. All right, folks. You had a nice day today. Don't let it go to waste. Take a few things off. Try to focus on fewer names. Focus on the stocks that are hard, obviously getting hit hard in terms of buyers. So we saw that today in the FANG stocks. The previous 2 days, not so much. Today we had a lot of FANG stock buying. Nice job. Nice job. Very happy with today's performance. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. All right. There you go. Gilead popping in today. One last pop.
BLBD, Bluebird, reporting Q3 sales up 4% to 196.7 million.
71 on Gilead. Nice little pop there on Gilead, end of day, GILD. Nice little pop. Tagged 71. Ah, gotcha. Jumped up, trying to dunk.
Estimate of 248 million, so that's below estimate for BLBD. USIO reporting
All right, so a really good day today.
revenue of 15.
Really good day today. DraftKings closed at the highs of the day.
Bluebird BLBD reporting 16 cents in earnings.
Array Pharma closing at the high of the day. Gilead high of the day.
IZEA
Chewy high of the day. Snowflake high of the day. Apple high of the day.
Zero earnings.
Tesla high of the day. Tesla's still going.
Indy Zulu Echo Alpha. The estimate was a loss of 4 cents for IZEA. CODX
Yep,
Co-Diagnostics
I hear you, Sean. Nice work, Sean.
7.4 million. That's a beat on revenue. Charlie S. Oscar Delta X-ray. LAZR Luminar reporting a loss of 8 cents.
Yep. All right, so what can I tell you?
For Lima Alpha Zulu Romeo.
What a change in fortunes today.
Ergo reporting 36 cents.
I will say once again, what happened with S&P 500?
36 cents. That's
Down here at the low,
Ergo.
what happened with S&P?
6-cent loss. That was expected.
VIX changed direction, same time. VIX changed direction, same time. Right there at 1020. 1020 dropped off like a rock. What happened? Good buy point. A good buy point on the note that the S&P 500 started to rise before VIX rolled over, and then VIX and SPY and the S&P 500 took off to the upside. A couple of shakes of the tree here, but it finished at the highs. So watch the VIX for your signals. A lot of times you'll get some really good signals. There's VIX rolling over. 1015, 1020. S&P 500 started turning at about 1010, 1015, right before VIX started to fall off. Anyway, this is your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I hope you guys had a great trading day. Thanks for joining us. Most of all, thanks for all of the camaraderie, the teamwork in the trading room, all of the setups, comments, questions, concerns, the sharing of ideas, always appreciated. Make sure that you're always using a strategy. Remember, you can lose money in the markets too. It's not just about making money. We try to make it a little bit more strategic as far as buying when you should be buying and not trading when you shouldn't be trading. Today was one of those days where we got the dip and we were patient. The markets turned around and started moving higher. Everything started going with. A lot of stocks like Apple were showing relative strength before 10 o'clock. That was a good observation. If you're trading with a strategy, less of a concern, but the disclaimer stands. You need to make sure that you're paying attention and trading with a strategy. You're not just throwing money and hoping for the best, okay? So take care, everyone. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.